modification kit build and installation on the International Space Station ahead of upcoming solar array upgrades, as well as relocate a common communications for visiting vehicles antenna, otherwise known as C2V2.
And then it kind of got pulled aft. Okay. Okay, I do have a hand on it. I am not ready to it, so everything, let's go. And to help it, pull on it here.
At this time, McClain and Ayers are working to remove the strut bag from the crew lock, as well as the tool bag that will be utilized during today's spacewalk.
So if you just stabilize it, I can get my red on it. Okay. Okay, I have a ret on it. Okay. We'll release the airlock ret. Okay. Okay, the airlock ret is released, and Marcus, I'm just going to let that send back to the handrail.
Copy that, Vapor.
Should just need one on the way in. Vapor. Right. So I'm going to position myself around to the aft and give you the forward to mount.
The strut bag that McClain and Ayers are working to get out of the airlock is about 8 feet long.
Okay.
And it contains the pieces of the modification kit that will be assembled during today's spacewalk.
CSC is back in the pouch. Both are good. Copy. I think you're clear to egress. Got the forward side.
And those are good words. And if you have a free hand, it looks like your HECA was turned off, so if you can turn it back on for us, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, it's back on. Green light.
Copy. And after you've egress Vapor, next will be to put that strut bag on your BRT, and I'll have more words for you.
And now out of the hatch is NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. Again, today is her first spacewalk, and this is the third for NASA astronaut Ann McClain in the suit with the red stripes.
Hazard and everything get situated before we hand off.
And a Vapor question for you, whether or not you wanted to do the translation adaptation with or without the strut bag.
I feel like I did a lot of translation adaptation in the airlock, but
Yeah, whatever you feel comfortable
I'm feeling
is
good
for you. Copy.
Everybody's okay with that, yeah.
Copy that. Then you can continue with the strut bag. Tape towards your head.
Okay. All right, you can kind of GCA me because I can't totally see the handrail. Okay, so the is towards my head. Take it a little bit.
We'll get your ret to the non-taped end of the handrail stanchion, Vapor.
Copy. And now move it, hold it right there. Okay, we're good. Yep. Okay, my ret is on the non-taped end, the handrail. Okay, you have a ret on it? I do. Okay, before you pull it your way, I'm going to take my ret off. Copy. Okay, my ret's off. Back on my NWS. All right, how can I help you get this situated here? My dear T on it now. T is on it. Basically, the foot, the end that's by my feet is up towards me. I get mine back where it was. Pause there. I'm going to put this adjustable on my spinning workstation. Okay.
And now out of the airlock is also that strut bag, that long 8-foot long strut bag that has the pieces of the modification kit that will be assembled and installed during today's spacewalk. And we are getting a view from NASA astronaut and McClain's helmet camera here.
Okay. We're done.
Good job, the both of you. And Vapor will have you turn your HECA on.
Okay.
And we'll go with buddy checks after.
Hey.
With the strut bag and the tool bag out of the airlock, McClain and Ayers will now work to translate to the port side of the space station.
I can see your spacer handles down. I can see your HECA light. I've got your HECA light, and I've got 3 tabs up. So your left spacer handle is down. Now to your left just a bit, right spacer handle is down, so both spacer handles are down. And your tools and tethers look clean to me. Let me have your camera real quick. Have a tether that.
And can you confirm that both of Vapor's safer handles are down?
Yes, her safer handles are down.
Copy that. We'll get a baseline HAP check from the both of you.
And my HAP for EV1 is dry. Yep, can you wait for a little bit? My HAP is dry as well for EV2. All right, back on. Nicely done.
Copy that. Nicely done. We can close the thermal cover now, and as that's being closed, I'll read 2 cautions before you start translating. Vapor, for you with a strut bag on, we're going to limit your translation speed, so think very slow, 0.7 feet per second. And then just as a reminder, you've got the tusk cables on face 1, and nadir and zenith where the cedar rails are.
Copy off.
It's 2 minutes until TDRS handover and also KU handover, so we'll lose video for 16 minutes.
1 copy. Thermal covers closed.
Copy, thermal covers closed. We can start translating port for the both of you. Vapor, you are going to lead. First step is going to be green hook drop-off.
Okay. Great. Good work.
And with the thermal cover now closed, both McClain and Ayers will work to translate to the port side of the International Space Station, which is the worksite of the modification kit structure for today. You also heard the duo perform what is called buddy checks. This is essentially a check to make sure everything on their spacesuit is working and looking as expected. These will take place throughout the spacewalk and include looking at gloves, looking at the helmet absorption pad, as well as making sure that their safer is in the proper configuration.
Copy.
We are approaching a period of time where we will not have visual of the crew during a longer handover period. It will last about 16 minutes. However, we will be able to communicate with them still during this handover period. These handover periods are expected and occur due to handover between satellites.
I'm on the speed of right.
And can we have you pause for a second, take a look back at the airlock and see if the thermal cover is still on? We believe it may have popped open.
It's pop open.
Copy that. If you don't mind going back to close it, we'd appreciate it.
More. And on the feed rail, transiting port.
And before the loss of signal, the team on the ground did notice that the thermal cover had opened back up, so McClain is going to translate back over to the airlock to ensure that that thermal cover is closed.
Thermal cover is back closed.
Copy, yeah, appreciate it. And Vapor, as you approach the FHRC, your green hook is going to be handrail 3651. It is the nadir one.
Nadir handrail at the FHRC. Can I come back up to see the spur?
Copy, Ann.
EV1's on phase 1.
Copy, Ann. You'll continue port to your green hook location. It'll be the Zenith handrail 3652.
Copy. Vapor bag's looking good. Big. that much. What? It's a large bag. Yes, it is.
And if you're just joining us today, we are in the midst of a spacewalk. We are now 28 minutes into today's spacewalk to complete a modification kit installation on the 2A location of the International Space Station shown there on your screen. Previously, we have installed other International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, on the other locations that you see. At this time, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers, who are doing their third and first spacewalk respectively, are translating to the 2A location, where they will begin to build the modification kit and attach it to that location that you see on your screen. And you may recall that over the past couple of years, we've continued to work to upgrade the power channels on the space station. Today's mounting bracket installation on 2A sets us up to have that array installed at a later date. The current solar arrays are functioning well, but have begun to show signs of degradation as expected, as they were designed for a 15-year service life. And this year we are celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence on board the International Space Station. Once the new solar arrays are positioned in front of the other arrays, the current arrays, the station's total available power will increase from 160 kilowatts to a maximum of 215 kilowatts.
Copy vapor. Handrail 3651 to Nader 1.
Additionally, during today's spacewalk, McClain and Ayers will work to relocate a common communications for visiting vehicle antenna, or C2V2, 1.5 feet over, to provide better redundancy for visiting spacecraft at the International Space Station.
My green hook is on 3651.
Copy vapor. Once that's complete, you'll continue port to the worksite. Just make sure your gauntlets are in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Gauntlets are in place.
Copy vapor, and then 2 cautions at the worksite. Do not touch the radiator or the flex hoses, and do not translate on that PVR base handrail. And
I'm at 3652 and working on the green hook.
we copy, and thanks. And the vapor, you're going to be going nadir at the Sarge to your worksite, and you will be fair leading along the inboard non-radiator corner of the IEA before dropping the strut bag.
At this time, McClain and Ayers are continuing to translate to the port side of the International Space Station, heading to the work site of the modification kit structure for today. Once they are at that location, they will secure their 2 bags, the tool bag and the 8-foot-long strut bag, and begin the installation activity. Ayers will start the modification activity by removing the strut out of the bag and assembling what is called an upper triangle consisting of several pieces. It consists of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. Ayers will then hand that assembled triangle to McClain, who will install it on the mast canister of the Beta Gimbal Assembly, or BGA. The duo will be utilizing the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to secure it to the Beta Gimbal Assembly.
The method charge gauntlets are still down.
Say again for ground IV.
PT's SSR gauntlets still down. MEG1's got green hook on 3652.
Copy, and just ensure that your gauntlets are down and do not touch the radiator flick hoses or the base handrail.
D1 copy. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, gauntlets. Next for you then, Ann, is continue to translate port to the worksite. You're going to be stowing the cable bag and putting the IROSA cables just external to the bag. No fair lead required.
DB1 copy. Visiting aft on the IEA.
Copy. And as a reminder, you'll fair lead there at that inboard corner vapor, and then you'll proceed with the strut bag drop-off.
And I'm at the start. Gauntlets are in place.
Copy, and you'll go nadir to your worksite.
Nadir. I'm looking at handrail 5136. I tried to put a and you'll have to take a look at it when you get there. Make sure it's not in your way. Okay. Sounds good.
And vapor, I guess a copy, you are dropping the strut bag. Looks like you already started with one handrail. We can give the other ones if you need it. Just make sure that the handrail is towards the center of the IEA. The tape is towards the mast canister and that it's flush with the outboard edge of the IEA.
Okay, copy that. If I did view on your safety tether vapor, that's a good spot. I'll make sure I don't tag it down with a bag. Okay.
And Ann, so next for you is stowing the cable bag. I've got handrails if you need them, and then tending the IROSA cables external to the bag.
See.
And the vapor, once you're complete, you'll open the strut bag, secure the straps, and let us know we can get started.
See that?
And in vapor, 2 minutes until a TDRS handover.
Do you want copy? Copy. I've got the bag tied down at 5126 and 5136 on the last one.
Copy that, vapor. Vapor, after opening the bag, you will retrieve the mounting bracket and the right upper strut.
All right, I have one corner of the cable bag on 5117.
Copy.
And if I verified your tether is still free.
"40 seconds until a TDRS handover, and once you're complete putting the IROSA cables outside of the bag, you're translating starboard to the feeder cart.
Copy. Is that back going? Okay, I just cinched down the tie downs just to hold it a little bit better. Okay. I'm just getting a second tie down here on the cable bed.
And in vapor, we're back with you. And we have your HECA views.
Awesome. Okay, I have a second corner of the cable bag on 5109. Get the cables out here. And again, vapor your tether is free. Okay. The bag open, I'm going for the upper strut.
Copy, and after the cables are outside the bag, you'll translate starboard to pick up your green hook prior to going to the starboard feeder cart.
Copy. All right, cables are out. And Vapor, I think that our original plan thinks these will reach over there. Okay, you need it.
And we are getting some views now on our screen of some of those cables that NASA astronaut Ann McClain is working to remove ahead of the build of the modification kit this morning. We are 43 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began officially at 8:05 a.m. Central Time. Today is the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
And we are not receiving your HECA stream. Do you mind pressing the HECA button again?
Sure. Hey, let me know if you see it.
Copy.
All right, Vapor, I'm going to go on a little walk. I'll see you shortly. All right, have fun.
And we copy, and you'll translate starboard, pick up green hook.
Copy and work. Okay, so I've got the right upper strut out. 13 and 14. And my gauntlets are in place, Marco.
Copy, and appreciate that. And just remember the tusk cables on phase 1. Copy, Vapor. You've got the mounting bracket and the right upper strut. Make sure that the EV3 PGT is available for you, and you're going to be aligning the right upper strut with the mounting bracket.
Is nearby.
And Vapor, there should be a groove on the mounting bracket where the alignment tab is going into, and then on the side of the mounting bracket, you'll have black lines to let you know that you're aligned.
And this view of NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers' helmet cam as she works to prepare and assemble the strut to the mass canister. The upper triangle consists of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. Ayers will use the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to secure these pieces together before installing it onto the mod kit structure.
EV1 is at the green hook. Gonna work on picking mine up.
Copy, Ann. After, you'll go to the starboard cedar cart to pick up the bundle. It's WIF 1. It's inboard and nadir, down and right.
Copy, thank you. Marcus, I have, for EV2, got 4 turns on M13 and M14.
Copy, good turns, M13, M14. Next, you'll grab your PGT, and I'll have settings when you're ready.
The next bolt is 17.
And a good view inside of the bag there with the remaining pieces that will be assembled today.
You can actually continue and retrieve the left upper strut. It's a Velcro's straps 1 and 2.
I think that's it. All right, EV1 has my green hook, and I'm going to continue translation.
All right, we copy, and starboard cedar cart, WIF 1.
While Ayers is working on assembly of the modification kit, NASA astronaut Anne McClain is translating to pick up an APFR or articulating portable foot restraint that will be utilized during later portions of today's spacewalk to help secure the assembled triangle to the modification kit.
And Vapor, with that left upper strut, you are going to align it with the center pad. And you'll check that the pin lanyard is free of the clevis before we do PGT ops.
The pin lanyard is clear of the clevis.
And we have your heck of view again. Sorry, I didn't tell you.
All good. Welcome back. Just passing the seat of spur. Vapor, I watched your tether all the way in. It looks great. Thank you.
And we copy.
Passing the port seater cart.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we are approaching the 1 hour mark of today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Anne McClain, who is serving as EV1 wearing a spacesuit with red stripes, as well as NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, who you see a helmet view on your screen there as she works to use the pistol grip tool to assemble the upper triangle.
And looking for whiff 1, bottom right, inboardinator.
Today's spacewalk is the third for McClain and the first for Ayers.
The hand start on my clevis, and Tina's giving me a little time on the Worksite.
The goal of today's spacewalk is to install a modification kit in preparation for ongoing solar array upgrades to the International Space Station and relocate a communications antenna for visiting spacecraft to the orbiting lab.
A whiff extender and an APFR.
That is the one, and you're going to put that on your BRT. Once that's complete, you'll head starboard, but first you'll do the brake release.
Copy.
And vapor, from your HECA view, it looks like there may be a ret that is situated in a way that it's making it difficult to hold the upper triangle in place. So a recommendation is for you to lock the ret if you think it's necessary.
And on the screen here now, we see views of both NASA astronaut Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers' helmet cameras. Ayers is continuing to, on the right of your screen, is continuing to assemble the upper triangle portion of the modification kit. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the left of your screen is working to translate to a CETA cart, where she will install the articulating portable foot restraint that she picked up previously.
Copy that, Anne.
Do you have a BRT ret on it?
And getting a good view now as Nichole Ayers works to assemble that upper triangle, you can really see it start to take shape. The upper triangle does consist of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. Once McClain joins Ayers, Ayers will hand that upper triangle to McClain, who will install it on the mass canister of the beta gimbal assembly, or BGA structure.
Say again, vapor.
So EVT has 2 turns started on the inside.
Vapor, we heard 2 turns started on M17. Looks like you have your PGT settings are Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
And Marcos has set Golf on the pitch on the WIFX.
Copy Golf on the WIFX. Appreciate that. Copy Golf on the WIFX. Appreciate that. And again, Ann, once that's complete, you'll be headed back to your work site. Green hook, but first CETA brakes.
Copy. On the EV, the good count, good LED test, and 41.7.
And Vapor, can you say again, you're coming in kind of broken?
Got a good cal test on the PG 41.2 volts. A good LED test. I've got Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set.
Copy good cal, Bravo 1 clockwise 2. Looking for an additional 5 to 7 turns. You'll drive M17 to torque.
Marcos, I have 2 good pumps on the port CETA cart. Direction starboard.
Copy that, and next will be the port CETA cart.
And Ayers is using the pistol grip tool, or PGT, essentially a space drill, to help assemble that upper triangle we discussed.
Marcos for EVT, that was 6 turns. Got a green light. 11.9 on this. Check under the MT.
Copy, Vapor. If you can confirm that the black line is flush.
Vapor, black line is flush.
And Vapor, that is a good M17. you can release the rep from the right upper strut.
Camera. Because I have two good full pumps on the port data cart, because you know what they say, pumps a day keeps the mur away.
Oh, we agree with that statement. Good job. And next will be to continue translating port to your green hook location, just nadir of the FHRC. Same place as previous.
Okay, copy. I'm going to pause here and get this APFR in a little bit of a different config. Just wanting to jump around a little more than I expected.
And we copy.
And this is a view of NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She is serving as EV1 during her third spacewalk today, as you can tell by the spacesuit she's wearing with the red stripes. She is working to readjust the APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint.
And Vapor, just catching up with
Come
you.
back out your way, Vapor.
She will utilize this to help install the upper triangle that Ayers is building as we speak. McClain will need to use the APFR to help install the upper triangle on the mass canister of the Beta gimbal assembly.
To the center pad grounding block.
I did not. I was done now.
Copy. After the pip pin, I'll have instructions for MLI, so just let me know once that's done.
And I'm going back by the seat of spur.
Copy, Ann.
And as we get this pan of the International Space Station truss structure, you're getting a good view of the handrails, which is what the crew utilizes when they translate or move from one location of the International Space Station to the other.
Marcos, the pin is installed.
Copy, Vapor. Can you verify that the pip pin for the right upper strut is still installed?
Yes.
Sweet. And then you can install the left upper strut MLI on the center pad, covering the L2 clevis, as well as the right upper strut MLI.
What? All right, Marcus, I am back at 3652. Work on the green hook again.
Copy. And after that, you'll be continuing starboard to your work site to install the bundle.
In this view of Nichole Ayers' helmet cam of the upper triangle, she has been in the process of installing multi-layer insulation, or MLI, around the upper triangle. It's that white fabric material that you do see.
How many turns you started on M15?
4.
Copy. That's good turns on M15. We'll work on M16. I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
Send it.
Bravo 3 clockwise 2 on EV3 PGT.
Yeah, I've got Bravo 3, clockwise 2 sets.
Copy, you're going to be driving M16 to torque. Expect 24 to 25 turns, and we'll get the black line flush call.
Yeah, it works. Green hook, EV1 on 3652.
And I copied your last, and just ensure that your gauntlets are down prior to crossing the Sarge.
Copy, will do.
McClain is continuing her translation or movement over to where NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is. Once there, she will assist her in finishing up the build of the upper triangle portion before they work together to install it on the mass canister.
Okay, we're going for EDC M16, about 22.5 turns. Green light and for the torque. And the black line is flush.
And Vapor, can you say those numbers again for us, please?
22.5, 22.5 turns, 0.8 on the torque. Right, black line flush. For EV1, my gauntlets are in place. I'm switching to Sarge.
And Vapor, we're talking here on the ground real quick, and copy your gauntlets are down. You're proceeding to the worksite. Just note you've got the radiator and the PVR handrail. Do not touch, and you'll be dropping off the bundle on with
25. 20, actually.
And we are approaching a day pass here, as you can tell on your screen as it is getting brighter.
We're just having a hard time reading you. It's coming in a little broken.
The International Space Station is currently flying 262 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean off the coast of Alaska.
Green light, black line, is flush. All right, I'm back on the IA with you. With you.
And we're discussing Vapor. And Vapor, we're expecting 24 turns. We got about 22 and a half, so we'd like you to hit M16 one more time to torque.
Okay.
And a really great view here of NASA astronaut Ann McClain as well as NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. Ayers is on the left and building that triangle. McClain is on the right in the spacesuit with the red stripes, and you can see the articulating portable foot restraint that she brought over to assist in the build.
Our worksite, we're going to get kind of close together, so let me know if I'm in your way. Okay. That's for easy. Scout 18.3, light, and that was no turn.
Copy, no additional turns. we'll discuss. And for you, look like it's in work with 25. The clocking is 6. You already have the pitch at Gulf, so expect the handrail to be facing towards the IEA.
Copy. I'm stopping at 5145 to get a rich man's fairly in.
And we copy in. Thanks.
So CB2 for your essay, the PD burn count is 22.98. That's my basic.
And in Vapor, we're going to proceed driving M15 to torque. So expect an additional 20 turns. It is Bravo 3 clockwise 2.
Okay. I have Bravo 3 clockwise 2 set and 15, 1, 5.
Copy.
If you're just joining us this morning, you're looking at a live view of 2 NASA astronauts outside the International Space Station performing a spacewalk. On your left of your screen is NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers completing her very first spacewalk today. On the right of your screen is NASA astronaut McClain with a spacesuit in red stripes on her third spacewalk. The primary tasks for the spacewalkers today is to install a support bracket called a modification kit, which will prepare the site for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, the duo will relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, to ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station. And this view of McClain and Ayers helmet cams showing them at their respective work sites. McClain is working to translate or move over to where Ayers is at to continue to help with the triangle build as well as install it to the mass canister. And through McClain's helmet camera on the left of your screen, you do see the Earth as the International Space Station flies 262 statute miles
M15
overhead.
To torque. Same settings, Bravo 3 clockwise 2.
Bravo 3 clockwise 2, looking M15, 1, 5 again. Goes for M15, 1, 5. Have a green light, already out, but I have a green light with 18.4 on the torque and no additional turns.
Copy, no additional turns, Vapor, we're discussing. And Vapor, just give us a minute, we're checking. And vapor, we have a troubleshooting step for you. Can you look at the interface of the struts and just make sure that nothing is caught in between, no MLI, and that it is flush?
So the MLI is not in between mounting bracket and the upper strut. These black lines are aligned. Oh, it's flush.
We copy all vapor, and the reason we're asking, we're just expecting one more turn on each of those bulbs, so we're discussing. And looks like it's in work. The extension will be 5.
Yes, I have the settings set, just working on getting it locked in the whiff.
Copy. Now, vapor, good news. We are calling both of those bolts, M15 and M16, good. We will proceed. We'll have you release the ret from the left upper strut.
Okay. See, good bolts and all right, Marcos, I have 6 set on the whiff extender, good pull and twist test. Got a golf on the pitch and a 5 on the extension. And I've got 12 Tango Tango Fox 12 on the APFR.
We copy, and I may have missed it, but can you confirm that the pitch knob of the APFR can be depressed?
Yes, I will go do that now.
And this view from Ayers' helmet camera as she works to continue the build of the upper triangle.
Because the ret is off of the left upper strut. Got the MLI over the
And vapor, I think I heard you say that you released the ret from the left upper strut.
And this view from McClain's helmet camera, we're getting a really breathtaking view of Earth. The International Space Station just flew over Grants Pass, Oregon. It's flying 261 statute miles overhead.
And I've got TGT settings for you, which should be Bravo 3 clockwise 2, so no change. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll give you more words.
Okay, I am ready for your words.
Are you going to be driving M13 and M14 to torque, and we expect an additional 20 turns.
The M13 and M14 to torque.
And for both and vapor,
the pitch knob can be depressed.
Copy and pitch knob can be depressed. It's about 1 minute and 40 seconds till TDRS handover.
Copy. And I've got Bravo 3 clockwise 2 set.
Copy Bravo 3 clockwise 2. Drive M13 and M14 to torque.
Inward.
And then, and for you, looks like you're setting up the APFR, and if that's complete, you can
Confirmed.
assist vapor as needed. We might have some more words for you.
Copy. How's it going, vapor?
And we are seeing that upper triangle that NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers has been working to build. She's wrapping up that task as we speak.
Are you still with us?
I am with you. Say again.
M13 was 8 additional turns. The green light an 8.3, 8.3. And these black lines, flush.
Vapor, I heard torque 18.3, turns 18, green light, black line flush for M13.
And we are in a brief handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain views here shortly. The team here in Mission Control Houston is being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo today. You see a view of her there on your screen, as well as the ground IV, NASA astronaut Marcos Barrios. Barrios is interfacing with Ayers and McClain during today's spacewalk. We're now 1 hour and 20 minutes into the spacewalk today.
And in Vapor, we're back with you. Vapor for M13, we copied 18.3 on the torque, 18 turns and a green light.
Vapor.
And Vapor, that's a turn short, but we're going to press to M14. So you can drive M14. It should be an additional 20 turns.
Okay, copy that. I've got Bravo 3, twice 2 set for M14.
Copy. And once we pick back up with you, I think I heard you say you're going to be working the ROSA cable?
Negative. Vapor went to grab those. I can assist where you need it, Vapor.
And we copy. Thanks.
Stand by 1 second. Marcos, for M14, I've got 18 additional turns, 1/8, 8.4 for the actual torque, and green light. The black line is flush.
18.4 on torque, 18 turns, green light, black line is flush.
I've rebased this off the whip extender. Sure. Yeah, I've got the other end of the AET right here. I can take it. I've already read it to it. Okay.
And a Vapor, we are assessing. That's also turn short. And just in the meantime, we're trying to figure out good and bad times when we have comm with you. And so that last call was good comms. And so we don't know if when you rotate your head, the mic might get snagged with anything inside the helmet or the airflow. But we'll tell you when we have good comms, just so you can gauge what position that is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. While you guys discuss the bolts, I'm going to pick up the cable.
Copy. And Vapor, those are good bolts for M13 and M14. So next for you is to just tend the EV3 PGT back to the strut bag unless you were moving it to the WIFX.
And the PGT and torque wrench are on an AET to the WIFX already. Sorry about that. Was calling. I think that was she's doing the bolt. And while I have you, Marcos, I'm redoing my glove check. It has no changes, and the one spot has had no changes to it. And my hat is dry.
Copy, good glove and hat check for you, and we copy that you've already transferred the EV3 PGT and torque wrench to the WIFX. So next will be to copy the ROSA cable.
Copy, and Vapor is grabbing those right now.
After the completion of the upper triangle build by Ayers, she's now working to remove some of the cables that will be installed. You see her on the left of your screen there, gathering those cables.
I come this triangle back to her first.
And a bit of a better view there of those cables, specifically from Ayers' helmet cam.
Cables on the mounting bracket, there's an oval cutout that has a adjustable free hook, and that's going to go on the D-ring on the adjustable that's on your cables.
Copy that.
These cables will be routed on the rollout, so will be routed for future installation for the rollout solar array.
Okay, the cables are on the adjustable, almost on the oval. Okay.
Copy, Vapor, and if you can, you can get.
And we were just getting a view of the solar arrays that the IROSA will eventually be placed over, so we'll stand by and potentially get another good look of that solar array location.
And Vapor, there should be one pre-installed wire tie per bundle that you can attach to the mounting bracket.
Yeah, that's in order.
And there we are getting a bit of context there of the solar arrays that are currently installed on board the International Space Station. The ISS rollout solar arrays are quite a bit smaller, but will actually provide more power for the orbiting laboratory once fully installed.
And
Today's spacewalk is occurring on the P4 truss of the International Space Station.
Yeah, it just moved. I'm going to put my safety tether, or waist tether rather, somewhere else so it doesn't do that again.
Once the modification kit is wrapped up and installed, the duo will translate to the P3 truss to complete the relocation of the Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles antenna, or C2V2 antenna, to ensure better redundancy for visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station.
Thanks.
And you do see there in the center of your screen NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She is at the location where the triangle and mounting bracket that has been built will be installed. That's the mass canister of the Beta Gimbal Assembly, or BGA structure.
For EV2 while I'm working, or while I'm working the.
And a bit of a better view there of NASA astronaut Anne McClain in the spacesuit with the red stripes, working to get into the articulating portable foot restraint, or APFR. That will help her as she works with Ayers to install the triangle on the mast canister of that Beta Gimbal assembly.
Hand the upper triangle to Anne, and we'll have more words for you with cautions before we proceed.
Yep, and Vapor, you just verify my feet, please. Yep, let me get into a better spot here where I can see it.
And Anne, let us know when you have Ingress. We have some more words for enhanced glove check.
Copy, and I'm just having Vapor verify my feet. I believe I'm in. Yeah, they both look from touch to see your left heel, but your right heel is in. I'm sorry? Your left heel is touch to see, but your right heel is in. And I'm sorry, one more time on the left heel. Touch to see? Oh, touch to see. I see. Okay.
All right, and good job ingressing the APFR. Just make sure that the Ingress 8 is tucked in towards you so it doesn't get in the way with the upper triangle. And once that's complete, let me know and I'll have words.
Yes, definitely. It's tucked right now, but don't hesitate to remind me over and over again. That thing has a way of moving around.
Copy, will do. So, Anne, for you, so right now what we would like you to do on your gloves, we'd like you to take your right glove palm up. We want you to flex your right index finger away, so overextend it, and provide that view to us via the HECA camera.
Okay, let me know, is that a good view in the HECA?
That is a good view at the HECA.
Okay, and you can see the spot. Now I can see it even when I'm not moving it. When I was in the airlock, it was only when I was moving it, but there's flex down, flex back.
Copy, Anne. If you can maybe bring it closer to the HECA camera. It's a good relative position, just closer.
How's that?
That's a good view.
And teams here on the ground taking another look at Anne McClain's glove following a report of a slice in her right index finger prior to exiting the airlock. The team on the ground.
Copy, Anne. We appreciate that view. We are good with that glove inspection. We do ask that you perform the same type of inspection every time you do your glove check, but you do not need to show us on the HECA. You can just perform it yourself.
Understand, thanks. I'll let you know if there's any changes.
Copy that.
Okay, Vapor.
And the team on the ground reports that the glove is looking good. McClain is in the articulating portable foot restraint and will receive the triangle from Ayers next.
Thinking very slow, so slower than when you were translating with a strut bag on the BGA. Avoid cyclic loading on the mass canister in BGA. Max lateral loads is 40 pounds. and do not impart any forces into the mod kit struts before they're fully installed.
TV1 copy.
All right, next, Vapor, you can present the left or non-tethered end of the upper triangle to Ann.
So let me know, I can't really see from the land off here. Yeah, just 1 second, I'm getting my workstation. Okay, out of the way here. Walk up, okay. Go up about another 12 inches, I think. I have a hand on it. Okay. All right, this isn't small, is it?
And Ayers has handed the upper triangle to McClain following her build of it.
Installing the center pad on the mass canister, arrow up.
McClain will now install it on the mass canister of the Beta Gimbal Assembly, or BGA structure.
Your mini workstation tabs, and for soft engagement left to right, which is what you're doing, and once that's complete, you can rotate the upper triangle so it's neutral and you have access to the bolts. And Vapor, since the EV3 PGT and torque wrench is already on the AET, we can have you go to the right saw bracket and get a visual alignment of the bearing. And just as an FYI, we've got that RET series from the bag to the mounting bracket that we want to keep eyes on as you go away and to the strut bag.
Center pad is soft dock. I'm going for my PGT, I believe 2 turns on each.
It'll be alpha 2 clockwise 2, and is exactly.
And this view of Ann McClain's helmet camera as she positions the upper triangle on the Beta Gimbal Assembly.
All right, for the Fairchild fasteners.
If you're just tuning in with us this morning, we are 1 hour and 35 minutes into the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This morning, the spacewalking duo, which consists of NASA astronaut Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers, worked to build the upper triangle portion that you do see on your screen there that is going to be installed on the mass canister of the Beta Gimbal Assembly. The primary tasks for our spacewalkers today is to install this support bracket, which we call a modification kit, in anticipation of future solar array upgrades of the International Space Station rollout solar arrays. The duo will also work to relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, to ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station.
So you have a go to continue.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2, and it's exactly 2 turns on all those bolts.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2, 2 turns. Because for EV2, the right stop bearing looks pretty thin. So it's at and parallel with.
And we copy Vapor, and just for your essay, that last column is in and out.
Marcus, I have Alpha 2 clockwise 2 set, and for 2 turns on each.
Good words. And Vapor, we are now waiting for the center pad install before proceeding.
Copy that. I have 2 turns on M6 and M5, and for 2 turns on M8.
Copy, good turns on 5 and 6.
McClain now using the PGT or pistol grip tool to install the upper triangle to the mask canister.
Settings on the WIFX and the APFR.
I have 2 turns on 6 or 8 and 5. Especially top back out. I don't think it was all the way in to get those 2 turns again.
And we concur, Ann, thanks.
Okay, I believe 6 now has 2 turns.
And copy, Ann, we're following.
All right, 7 has 2 turns. I believe now it's torquing alpha 2 clockwise 2.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2, M5 through 8 to torque. Expect an additional 3 to 8 turns.
Copy, and there's no order, right?
Order does not matter.
Copy. Starting with M6. Okay, M6 got 5 turns, 3.6 torque green light.
And Ann, we're checking. Give us 20 seconds.
Okay.
That's a good M6. You can proceed, Ann.
Copy, good M6. And Marcos, I have 3.7 torque green light and 5 turns on M5.
That is a good M5. Proceed.
Copy, good M5. Going with M8. Yeah, there's 4.5 turns on M8. Green light, 3.6 torque.
It's a good N8.
Copy. Last golden work. Okay, got exactly 4 turns on M7. 3.8 torque, green light.
And that's a good M7. And we'll have you check that the center pad MLI and the pit pins, 2 of them are still installed.
Copy, in work. All right, I see 2 pit pins in. Good job on the MLI. Vapors nice and tight.
And with those 4 bolts being driven by NASA astronaut Ann McClain on the mask canister, the next steps will be to install the left and right lower and upper struts to continue to attach the triangle to the mask canister.
And if you agree, I think it's
And that's a good upper triangle install. And, yep, you're going to get out of the APFR, and you will be changing the WIFX and APFR settings. First, WIFX is going to be shortened to an extension of 1.
Copy. It's again. There's no workout at the gym that prepares you for that twist.
We are now 1 hour and 44 minutes into today's spacewalk. The crew is about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline. The upper triangle has successfully been installed to the beta gimbal assemble.
Free now, I'm free.
And for the both of you, just be aware that you still have that ret going from the bag to the mounting bracket.
The crew will now proceed with the installation of the right lower strut and right mid strut on the right side of the mast canister before doing the same on the left side.
And just for your awareness, we turned your HECA off.
Copy, HECA off.
Looks like you're working the extension of 1. Just verify that the Ingress 8 is clear of the upper triangle after that reduction in height.
Ingress 8 is clear. Now it's clear.
Copy, thanks, Ann. And then we're looking for a pitch of Papa Papa and a roll of Charlie for the APFR.
Copy. 6 is at 1. Remind me, is the yaw still 6 or 12 rather?
The yaw should still be 12, correct.
Okay. All right, so 12 Papa Papa, Charlie 12.
Good words.
There's Charlie 12. And you can see the...
And this view from Nichole Ayers' helmet camera as she works to get the right lower strut out of the bag.
Papa Papa.
There is a right lower strut and a right mid strut which will be attached on the right side of the mast canister to further secure the upper triangle that has previously been installed.
Yes, yes. That was blind. All right, Papa Papa is set on the pitch on the APFR, and the button can be depressed.
Copy, those are good settings, and in Vapor, appreciate that. And next for you is going to be a socket swap. You're going to swap to the 5/8 by 2 inch, which is in your trash bag.
Copy that.
And then Vapor, we are going to wait until Ann does that socket swap. She's going to ingress the APFR, and then we're going to verify access to certain locations on the mounting bracket before proceeding with the mid-strut and lower strut handoff.
Okay. And Marcos, if it's okay, I'm going to get in the APFR and then do the socket swap while I have 2 hands.
Sounds like a great plan, Ann. And just another reminder on the Ingress 8 and the upper triangle.
Copy that. for an update on the gloves. I've got a smudge on my right index finger. It looks like the shirt marks from at the badge. And I've got several other black smudges on the tips of several fingers.
And Vapor, I think I heard you have several smudges, black smudges, on your gloves that you think came from the strut bag. Is that accurate?
Mostly black and one red.
One black and one red. All right, we'll discuss you on the ground.
Marcus, it's several black smudges, not just one.
Copy. Several black smudges, and if you don't mind, if you can, one hand at a time, just put it over your heka. And that's a good view, Vapor. We see the red one, and we also see kind of two black on your right ring finger. And Vapor, appreciate those views. We are good to press it. We're being told that it's not uncommon to get smudges at the IEA. We'll keep you updated.
After that, thank you. You were just to the right of the two loop, like you might have yachted a little bit. Okay.
And Vapor, just as a reminder for you, we're just waiting on the ingress and socket swap, but if you have the bandwidth, you can help Ann with the ingress.
Copy. Work. There we go. The ret series is clear.
And
did you say you think it yawed? I think it did, yeah.
And Ann, we're seeing that your met rates are high, so we would like you to take a break. We'll let you know for how long.
Okay. Not surprised. And the yaw's the same. Now it's back at 12. Right? Yeah, it's at 12. Okay.
And Vapor looks like you're already doing it, but while Ann's taking a break, you can redo the APFR settings. So if you need those, I'll let you know.
Copy. I think the APFR is set correctly. I think so, Chief.
Disregard.
Now approaching the 2-hour mark of today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Nichole, Ayers, and Ann McClain are working to install the right lower strut and right mid strut on the right side of the mass canister. Ayers has completed the build of the upper triangle, and McClain installed it following her build.
And we're going to hold you still for about approximately 5 minutes. We'll let you know.
Okay, I understand. 5 minutes. Is there anything useful I can do during that time?
I think that's safer.
Pictures, whatever minimizes your movement.
Copy and
Smile,
understand.
yeah. Laugh.
All right. So take in the views.
And McClain getting the opportunity to enjoy the views for a minute, as well as take some photos. The International Space Station is currently flying 272 statute miles off the southern tip of Africa.
And in Vapor, we have a couple recommendations for you for the APFR Ingress for you two to work together. The first one is to lock out your safety tether in case that is creating moments and pulling you over. The second is for Vapor to, at a minimum, get eyes to guide you in and or physically be there to support if you need it.
Okay. Does that mean that we have a green light to go?
I'll give you how much time remaining here in 10 seconds.
Copy.
And just like that, 5 minutes are up.
Got a good view from here.
You have a go to continue. So next up, Ingress to APFR.
NASA astronaut Anne McClain now going to work to get back into the APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, there in the center of your screen.
2 minutes until TDRS
Okay, my red
handover.
rail's locked.
And Anne and Vapor, for your
I
awareness,
think that must have rolled because it's back in the center. Go ahead, Marcus.
Anne and Vapor, it's a minute and 20 seconds until TDRS handover, but we'll also have a KU handover, so we're going to lose all video for approximately 30 minutes.
Copy. Tethers look clear on my legs. Apron. Yep.
And before this handover, for the both of you, we'd like Vapor to come over and help out with the APFR ingress. We'll get you on the other side.
Move your left foot to the right a little bit. Your right foot is in the middle. Move your right foot to the right a little bit. Are you able to hear me fairly clearly? You come in a little broken. It kind of like takes a minute for your voice to break. Okay. I'll try yelling.
And we are in a handover period between our satellites. The team here in Mission Control Houston today is being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. We are now 2 hours into today's spacewalk, the 275th in support of space station maintenance, repairs, and upgrades.
Right foot in. Right foot looks in.
And in Vapor, we're back with you with
left
comms.
Foot still out, but your right foot's in. The left is not in. Copy. The left heel is on top of the hook. There it is. Left heel's in, both are in. Awesome. Very nice. Thank you. All right, I'm going to release this upper triangle right to you.
Actually, before doing that, and we'd like to do access checks.
Okay.
All right, and so
I can access L6. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, we're looking for you to be able to access the RET, which looks like you were about to do. The on the mounting bracket, you've got a clevis where the lower strut is, access to that, as well as the grounding block, as well as the mid-strut clevis that goes on the upper strut.
Yes, I can touch all four of those. I see the L6, L7, bolts 20 and 24 where those go, and I see the fit-in and the red.
Copy, that's great. And you can perform the socket swap as well as release the mounting bracket ret.
Okay, it's for the red. Ready. It's coming back.
And Vapor, once you have that ret safely in the bag, we're going to have you start working the right mid-strut, straps 12 and 13. We're going to have you start working the right mid-strut, 12 and 13.
Are you working the socket swap right now?
And during this handover period between our satellites, we will have communications with the crew. However, we will not have visuals of them. This loss of signal period has about 40 minutes left in it until we have visual of the crew again. At this time, NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who is serving as EV1 today, has ingressed the APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. They will now work alongside each other to retrieve the right mid struts from the bag and install them.
Yep, right mid-strut, and you'll receive that from
away, so it's not coiling.
vapor. You'll put that on your BRT ret.
Copy.
And that will be to the handrail stanchion that's closest to the side of that.
Cleaned up from the socket top.
Copy that, Ann.
All right, Vapor, I am ready for the right mid strut. The BRT ret ready. A little further, yeah, and you said a ret furthest or closest to the mid pad, is that right? It seems opposite. Can I release it for you? Okay, if you release it, I'll put it over there closer to you. And here comes the large soak back. Okay.
And while Ann is putting that on her BRT vapor, you can go ahead and grab the right lower
strut. Is on my BRT.
BRT vapor, you can go ahead and grab the right lower strut.
Okay.
And you're going to receive the right lower strut, and you're going to leave the strut bag ret attached.
Okay, strut bag ret attached. Okay, the right lower strut is in the Velcro. Now pivot the, it looks like that ret swapped out.
And if you're just joining us today, we are 2 hours and 7 minutes into a spacewalk where NASA astronauts Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers are working to install a modification kit ahead of upcoming deployment of the fourth of the 6 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, the duo will relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, which will ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station.
I think I have the saw bolt in my hand.
So far this morning, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers worked to start the modification activity by building the upper triangle portion of the modification kit, which consists of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. McClain then installed the upper triangle on the mass canister of the beta gimbal assembly, or BGA structure. And the crew is now working to install the right lower strut, and then we'll move on to the right mid strut on the right side of the mass canister before doing the same on the left side.
Once the handoff is complete,
we are in a handover period where we do not have views of the crew. We have about 35 minutes left in this loss of signal, but we do have communications with the crew at this time.
And for you, right now we're just waiting for vapor to drive the bolt at the saw before continuing with your portion of the strut.
Copy and understand. Stop here. I'm ready to, okay. I'm going to try to be real light on it, but let me know if I can help you out at all. Okay.
And
Tilt it towards the bolt for me. Tilt it toward the bolt. Yeah, it's like 3 from the bolt right now. Yeah, thank you. I don't know how much you can down here. Can when I lean back. But here we go. Here we go.
and Vapor, just as a reminder, I misspoke that we will not have video for 30 minutes. It's actually 50 minutes, and so we won't have any video for the next about 30 minutes.
Okay. Vapor's working the sob right now.
Copy that. I'll have a warning to read before we start doing any bolt operations.
Okay, we're ready for the warning.
Copy. So it's a pinch point warning, Vapor. You want make sure you keep your fingers clear of that interface, strut, and BGA.
Yeah, that's a hard angle. Yeah. You don't mind, can you just hold it up towards the bolt a little bit? The ret is pulling it back? Yeah, the lock for the ret is right next to your left, right next to your heca if you want to lock it. There we go. Now it's staying in place. Your end effector on that handrail may also provide you some leverage. It's for the just getting it turned without it popping out. I see.
If you're just joining us today, we are 2 hours and 14 minutes into the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This is the third spacewalk of the year, and also the third spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anne McClain, and the very first for Nichole Ayers. This is the first spacewalk of Expedition 73. The primary tasks for the spacewalkers today is to install a support bracket called a modification kit, which will prepare for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new solar arrays called IROSAs. The crew will also work to relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, which will provide better redundancy and communication with visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station.
Once Vapor is done finishing with the turns, you'll be driving M20 exactly 2 turns.
Okay, exactly 2 turns on M20 until 6.
So far this morning, the duo has worked to build and install a upper triangle portion of the modification kit and are now working to install the right lower strut and the right mid strut on the right side of the mass canister.
2 additional turns. Four turns, right? Yeah, 4 turns total? Yeah. Marcus, did you copy her question?
It is 4 turns total, so 2 hand start and then 2 with the PGT.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, there's your 4 turns total.
Copy 4 turns total. Vapor will have you hold tight and just want to make sure that the pit pin lanyard is free of the clevis before we start driving bolts.
Copy. I will grab the pit pin out. I see the pit pin. It is free of the clevis. And I have M20 in 2 turns. Am I good to put the pit pin in?
Can you repeat, Vapor? And did you say you've already driven M20 2 turns?
No, so the pit pin is free of the clevis, and I've driven M20, not driven, hand-started 2 turns.
Copy. You hand-started M20 2 turns. Is that correct?
Vapor. That's correct.
All right, copy Vapor with that. PGT settings for you, Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Let me know when you have that.
I'm set. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And you're going to be driving M19 to torque. Expect an additional 10 to 11 turns, Vapor.
Okay, driving a torque 10 to 11 turns. For Marcos, can I put the pit pin in?
Negative, not yet, but you can take your PGT to Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Okay.
But you can take your PGT to Bravo 1 clockwise.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2. Okay, that was 8 additional turns on the stop bolt. Got the green light. 55.5 on the torque.
I copied 8 additional turns. Standby. Vapor, that's a good PGT. We'll go for the torque wrench.
And those words from the ground IV there on the center of your screen, NASA astronaut Marcos Barrios, relaying up to Nichole Ayers, who is working to install the right lower struts.
Well, last check, I've got a torque.
Ayers is using the PGT or pistol grip tool to secure the strut.
And I'm ready to drive when you guys are.
Copy. Thanks, Ann. We'll wait until we're done with Vapor's bolts and we've done all the checks.
See, I'm Standby. Marcus, that was 2 breakovers, like a quarter turn.
2 breakovers, quarter turn, we'll discuss. And for the both of you, just for our latest consumables check, limiting consumable is Medox for EV1 with a PET of 622.
If you want copies. Copy. And what total time are we at right now, Marcos?
We're at 221, and then we expect this number to get better, the limiting consumable, as time goes on.
Copy.
And Vapor, we're still talking the torque wrench. In Vapor, we're going to do the additional checks before calling it good. We're expecting 2 more turns. So with that, just let me know and we can go through some checks.
I see the black line is flush. The gas check actually looks good. And then, Ann, can you give it a wiggle? Yep. Here comes. Yeah, and the wiggle test is good too.
Copy black line, no gap, good wiggle test, just looking for the lower strut MLIs covering the strut pad.
McClain and Ayers now working to ensure that there is a good connection on that lower right strut.
Okay, the lower MLI is covering the strut pad.
Copy about the MLI, and we were just told that that is a good M19, and so, and you have a go to drive M20 to torque. Expect an additional 5 to 7 turns. Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set M20.
And Vapor, you can release the rep from the lower strut.
McClain now using the pistol grip tool to secure the lower strut to the mounting bracket.
12.1 torque, green lights on M20.
And we copy Ann and we're checking. And Ann, can you confirm that the black line is flush?
Following this, the next step will be to cover the strut with multi-layer insulation, or MLI, and then route cables of the solar array in support of future spacewalks.
Until we get a heck of view.
It is black line is flush.
Copy, that's a good M20, and you can stow your PGT, and then you now have the go to install that pit pin to the grounding block.
Copy and work. Mark as is released from the lower right strut.
Copy, Vapor. You can go ahead and translate to the right side pad location for the mid strut.
The pit pin is installed, and I'll work on the MLI around.
Copy, and just let us know.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are approaching the 2-hour and 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk to install a support bracket called a modification kit in preparation for future installation and deployment of International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are working to install lower struts on a mass canister that they have already built on the upper triangle of the modification kit.
Edge, and it's up to 40 pounds. 15 inches from the outer.
We do not currently have views of Ayers and McClain, but expect to regain views of them in about 18 minutes from now.
And we're currently just discussing things on the ground to look at the config of the mod kit. In the meantime, you do have a go to execute the IROSA cable routing on the right side.
Copy.
And Vapor, once...
And I do have the IROSAs wire tied with 3 wire ties. Go ahead.
Nope, just going to give Vapor more words that once she's on that right kind of mid-strut location, just to hold still.
Here. Marcus, the wires, IROSA wires, released 1 coil turn. So the black mark is now wire tied with 3 twists and set to low profile on the LR handrail at the lower strut.
That's great, Ann. Appreciate it. And Ann and Vapor...
My is stronger than the force that collapses this back.
Ann and Vapor, just wanted to give you an update for the day. We have reached min config. The target was 2:30 PET, and we're at 2:27, so we're about 3 minutes ahead of the timeline, and so we're going to proceed. Proceed with the day, and we'll get you more words on what we're doing next.
Good news.
Copy all. And just to be extra clear, we're going to pause right now to give you further words, but stand by.
Okay, pausing.
NASA astronaut Anne McClain has successfully routed cables on the right IROSA strut. The crew is about 3 minutes ahead of the expected timeline for today.
And in Vapor, we're still discussing what our going ahead plan is.
Okay. Look this way. I can lock this right out so it's not pulling it. Okay. All right. Go.
And in Vapor, just an update, we have reached the min config. We have decided to clean up and prioritize the C2V2, and we're going to get additional words to you soon. And,
If you want copies.
and in Vapor, the rationale behind that is current limiting consumable is MEDOX for EV1, which is right now at a 630.
Understand. My way back down the mass chemistry.
We are now 2 hours and 31 minutes into the 275th spacewalk outside the International Space Station.
At this time, we'd like the mid strut back in the strut bag, any free rets back in the cable bag, and the PGT and torque wrench in the cable bag.
Okay, copy. So mid-strut is going back to the bag, and then the French going cable back. And I've got the mid-strut when you want to cut off your right hand. Okay.
Good words, Vapor.
And I'm ready for it in. Got it. Okay, and my go-to ret's still on it. Okay. If I can get a red on it. Okay.
And those words from the ground IV up to NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, walking through some procedures to get the mid-strut cables and PGT put back in the cable bag ahead of the next steps into the spacewalk.
Got a bag ret on the mid-strut. Okay, I'm ready to send it back. We can just let go of it. Okay, I'll let it go. Because the mid-strut is ready to the bag. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to feed this Velcro through the D-rings in a specific glove hand. Make sure that's okay.
Yeah, Vapor in it. The strut does not need to be inside the Velcro. As long as it's inside the bag and secure, we're good with that.
Okay. And Marcus, I assume I'm not staying up here anymore and go to hop off?
Stand down, Vapor, or correction, stand down. And you can go ahead and get out of the APFR.
Copy, I'm pausing. Copy. Yeah, I'm out of the APFR. Nice. Only took 1 calorie to get out. unlocks my reel, I'm thinking about it. Get my reels unlocked. Oh. You have a free hand. Sorry? If you have a free hand, can you give me the end of that adjustable? Yes, I'm going to make my way down there now. Perfect. All right, here it comes. Going in the stable bag.
And we are now 2 hours and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers have completed the lower right strut installation, which is the minimum configuration for the mod kit. Given the high priority of the common communications for visiting vehicles antenna relocation, the team has been directed to stop working on the mod kit, clean up the IROSA worksite, and move on to the C2V2 relocation task.
Copy. Copy. And Marcus, I'm sure you're discussing what's going to go out and what's going to stay out and go in. We know we're putting the torque wrench and the PGT back in the strut bag.
Those are going into the cable bag. So the PGT and the torque wrench into the cable bag. Going into the cable bag. So the PGT and the
Copy cable bag. I think it'll be more helpful if I come around to the cable bag. What do you think? Sure. Yeah. So all I have to do is close the bag and then get these in the cable bag. Okay. Yeah. Probably be taking this HFR and with extended out. Yeah, I think that actually might be more. I don't know if I need to ever hear about a cable bag necessarily.
At this time, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are working to reconfigure the worksite, including adding the mid-struts, cables, and PGTs back in the cable bag as they clean up this worksite and prepare for the common communications for visiting vehicle antenna relocation task.
Okay, I've got the PGT and my torque wrench in the cable bag. Copy. Move it back to the strut bag.
and in vapor in about 4 minutes.
And the ATFR to lower profile for transmission.
In about 4 minutes, we're going to have a egress handover of approximately 18 minutes. During this time, we're just going to ask you to enjoy the view and take pictures. If you both can right now, turn off your HECA and we'll pick up with C2V2 once we're done.
Okay, do I understand 18 minutes? 18, 1-8, confirm.
McClain and Ayers are continuing to clean up the ModKit worksite ahead of the C2V2 or Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle Antenna Relocation task. Given the higher priority of the C2V2 relocation task, the team has been directed to stop the work on the modification kit, clean up the IROSA worksite, and move on to the C2V2 relocation task.
Tighten it down. You may want an inventory before we close that out. Okay. Marcus, did you want a ret-by-ret inventory of the strut bag?
Let's do it.
All right, I'll sit on this end.
And we've got 2 minutes until that handover. That's going to last 18 minutes.
Okay, and just understand this is KU.
Negative. This will be S-band. We'll lose comms with you for 18 minutes, and so we're just going to have you pause, take pictures, and enjoy the view.
Okay, we have number 14 on the outside of the bag. We have number 10. Number 4. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. F13. Get this guy number 7. Number 11.
Handover in 20 seconds.
And at this time, we do have a approximately 18-minute long time period where we do not have communications or views of the crew due to a handover period between our satellites. So the crew has been directed to enjoy the view and hang tight, and we'll see them on the other side of this handover. If you are just joining us, we are 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers worked to install a support bracket called a modification kit on the International Space Station. As part of this, they installed and built the upper triangle and attached it to the mass canister and installed the right lower struts and upper struts as well. This is what is considered the minimum configuration for the mod kit. Given the higher priority of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles relocation task, the team was directed to stop working on the mod kit, clean up the IROSA worksite in this configuration, and move on to the C2V2 relocation task. Today's spacewalk is the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assemblies, and upgrades. It's the third spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who previously has conducted 2 spacewalks totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes. Today's spacewalk is the very first for Nichole Ayers, and this is the third spacewalk of the year and the very first of Expedition 73.
Sorry? 18 minutes is a long time. It's a really long time. Right? The airport's really cool right now.
Ayers and McClain arrived on the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endurance on March 15th following their launch the day prior.
Are doing it with your visor up? Yeah. They're not too close, are they?
While NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are enjoying a break between a handover and our satellite communications, let's take a look at the crew that is on board the International Space Station. Seated in the front row from left are, of course, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers and Anne McClain, who are our spacewalkers for the day. In the back row from left are Roscosmos cosmonauts Kirill Peskov, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zubritsky, and JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi. Onishi and Kim helped assist Ayers and Nichole Ayers and McClain this morning as they got suited up and stepped through procedures for depressurization.
That's now. A little bit. Go one of the back. Okay. Go one of the back. I did. Yeah. Oh, you did one? Yeah. Okay. I think, well, as long as you get pick them up, but. Roll it around. That easy to do.
And we are getting a view there on our screen of NASA astronaut Anne McClain in the spacesuit with the red stripes, as well as NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers on the left, wearing the unmarked spacesuit and that strut bag that they were working to reconfigure ahead of moving on to the relocation of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles antenna. Towards the lower portion of your screen, you do see that upper triangle that Ayers built earlier this morning that is attached to the mass canister, as well as the lower strut that was successfully installed. Again, this is considered to be the minimum configuration for the mod kit, and given the higher priority of the C2V2 relocation task, the team has been directed to stop work on the mod kit, clean up the IROSA worksite, and move on to the relocation antenna task.
Tried to get a bunch of pictures of the bombs of the solar arrays. They're showing their age. Yeah, they are. I think it's going to be impossible to get a selfie with two of us. Yeah, I guess. I think it might be impossible to get a selfie with two of us. You could peek over that bag. Oh, maybe not.
And as we have mentioned, Anne and Nichole have completed the lower right strut installation, which is the minimum configuration for the mod kit today. And given the higher priority of the common communications for visiting vehicles relocation task, the team has been directed to stop the work on the mod kit, clean up the IROSA work site, and move on to the C2V2 relocation task. When spacecraft visit the International Space Station, they rely on a communication antenna, the C2V2, to communicate. Relocating this antenna will ensure better redundancy and communication with visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station. And there on your screen, you do see a glimpse of the spacecraft that are currently docked to the International Space Station. We have the Crew 10 spacecraft, which Anne and Nichole arrived on, as well as a cargo flight, a Cargo Dragon CRS-32, which just recently arrived. And we also have two Progress spacecraft stocks, as well as the Soyuz MS-27, which brought up NASA astronaut Johnny Kim.
I can hear you really quietly, Marcos.
And in vapor, this is Marcos radio check.
Very quiet. How do you hear him? Vapor? I've got you, yeah, very quiet.
And one more time, user error on my part.
Loud and clear. Same.
All right, we have words for you. So we're going to perform or at least check that you accomplished some of the cleanup steps that we asked you to do before. Then we're going to do a glove and hap check, and then we're going to proceed with C2V2.
Copy.
All right, so you can just confirm for us that the right mid strut was returned to the strut bag.
Confirm.
That the free rets from the strut bag were transferred to the cable bag.
Negative, we did not do that.
And there's no, and we copy add in vapor, no need to do that now, and then that the EV3, PGT, and torque wrench were transferred to the cable bag.
Vapor.
All right, with that, we'll get a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from the both of you.
Hey, EV1. No change to the glove, and I did the extra check on that finger spot, and no change to it. And my gauntlets are in place. And half is dry. No change to the glove. Half is dry. Both are down.
Copy that from the both of you, and we're going to have you retrieve the APFR and put it on your BRT, and then you're going to be translating inboard. And vapor, we're going to have you retrieve the WIFX after the APFR is off and stow that on your BRT. And so just for your situational awareness, we're essentially executing C2V2 as written, and we'll come back for more cleanup.
Copy.
And those words up to the crew, letting them know the plan forward. NASA astronaut Anne McClain is going to work to retrieve the articulating portable foot restraint, which you see her doing there on your screen now. Meanwhile, Ayers is reconfiguring the tool bag and ensuring things are in a good place before they move on to the C2V2 antenna relocation.
Get out of your way here. HFR says.
And it looks like Anne McClain has successfully uninstalled that articulating portable foot restraint. She now has it tethered to her. You see it floating just behind her. We are now 3 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
And I have the HFR on my DRT. I'm releasing my rich man's hair lead.
Copy, Ann.
I've got the WIFX on my DRT.
And we copy vapor. And in the vapor looks, next for you is going to be translating to the Worksite, but we'll want Ann to lead first to deconflict safety tethers.
Yep, copy that. Yeah, let me get the HFR in a better spot here. Your legs are just under a table, so you have to go. Oh, okay. Body up first. Okay. They know they're clear? Clear? Or you're going to have to go up and around. Yep. Here you go. Okay, thanks. I like how my safety tethers are on the HFR standby one.
And at this point, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are just working on completing the cleanup tasks ahead of moving into the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle Antenna Relocation task.
That was good. This guy got locked out.
Good job, Anne. With that complete, you'll be headed inboard. You're going to be going back to phase 1 before going zenith and dropping off that APFR on with 10.
Copy with 10.
And NASA astronaut Anne McClain is now beginning her translation.
It looks like you're already doing it. You're going to follow Anne, but you're going to then continue aft of station to get to the work site.
Copy. Yeah, I've got the C2 antenna in sight.
Anne McClain is continuing her translation process to install the articulating portable foot restraint at the new location. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is also beginning her translation process.
And Marcos, remind me exactly where I'm going up with mile marker?
You're going to be going up at the P1, P3 interface, so right when you see that DCDU, you'll be going zenith.
Okay. Copy.
Vapor, looks like you're making your way to the work site. Just real quick for you, since it's on your way, do not translate on the CAS, the Common Attachment System. That should be just outboard of the C2V2.
Copy. Yep, I'm zenith orbit already.
And we see you, and that is the correct translation.
Okay.
Once you reach the phase 2-3 edge, so the tippy top of station, you're going to be headed to with 10, which is back outboard.
Copy, I see it.
Copy, and then we'll like you to fair lead. There should be a handrail right at that P1, P3 intersection at the tippy top. We like you to fair lead your safety tether there just to make sure it stays away from the radiator.
Copy. And is that a rich man?
Say again?
Is that a rich man's fair lead you want?
Negative. It could be a poor man's.
Okay. Marcos, while EV1 is putting the QFR in, taking a look at these cables. Actually, so they're wire tied to this, or also wire tied to this. This if I just release the width wire tie, be able to move the antenna out of the way.
And Vapor, thank you for the view and those words. We concur with your plan where you're going to untie the cables at the base of the antenna, and that should give you enough room. And Vapor, just because you're working near the antenna, don't translate on the C2V2 boom. We've got the retro reflectors, and do not touch the glass. Don't touch the radome paint on the actual antennas. And then for the electrical cables, you want to ensure that you avoid the radii of less than 6 inches. and we see you working the APFR. Once that's secure and you think it's out of the way, you could head aft to the worksite.
Copy. And does it matter if we just set it low profile? I know we have settings.
Checking and and those were good words. The actual settings don't matter as long as they're out of your way.
Copy.
And this view of NASA astronaut Anne McClain as she is working to install that articulating portable foot restraint. You can see she has the PGT or pistol grip tool attached to her side. This has been utilized quite frequently today during the spacewalk.
Yeah, I got a good pull twist test on it.
And we copy Ann.
And we are in another handover period between our satellites, but we are getting a view inside Mission Control Houston.
You came in broken. Can you confirm that the locking collar is black on black?
The team in the room today during this Orbit 2 shift is being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo.
This down could be depressed, and locking collar is black on black, and has a good pull twist test.
And we copy that. So you can head aft to the workstation, and just for both of your essays, we currently don't have a video feed.
Copy.
And for you, I read some of these for Vapor. Just want to repeat because there are a lot of no-touch zones in this area. You want to avoid the dry lube that's on the shaft of the grapple fixture. For the C2V2 boom, don't translate on it, don't kick it, don't touch the glass on the reflectors, and don't touch the radome paint.
DV1 copy.
And then a warning for you, and you have the radiator just to your back, so you want to avoid contact with the radiator. It's got sharp edges, thermal paint, etc.
Copy. Is the preferred translation path right along the radiator?
You can, from the APFR, you can use the diagonal strut that connects, that's on phase 3. That should take you towards the radiator for a second, but then it should take you diagonally down towards Vapor.
Copy. There's no handrails on it.
We agree, we concur. You'll have to use the I-beam.
And with NASA astronaut Anne McClain successfully installing that articulating portable foot restraint, she's now working to translate to P3 ahead of the Common Communication for Visiting Vehicle Relocation task.
And Vapor, can you confirm that you've released the cables from the base of the boom?
Vapor? And there's handrails right on the other side of this guy? Yes. Big long one. And on the other side. Oh. down there.
NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is already in the location of the C2V2 antenna relocation.
Good one. Watch my feet as they come over. I know if I'm clear. You're clear.
The Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, is being relocated 1.5 feet to ensure better redundancy and communication with visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station.
C2V2 and then release it from WIF 17. And if you need to use your BRT, we've got a handrail for you.
Yep, I just put one down, so you can release. I'll be able to hold it. Okay. Grab on it? Yeah, holding on to me. Up here. And do you want me to wrap to it? Okay. Can you reach it? Maybe. Can't do that.
And we are getting some views of the Earth as the International Space Station flies 268 statute miles over Argentina.
Could do it from your side. Okay. That's it done.
This view showing NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers on the right of your screen and McClain on the left, working together to relocate that Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles antenna.
Nice. See it? Stop there. Looks like it's crossed out. Might work better from the other side, or I can try to come in from this side. There you go, nice job.
Nicely done, Vapor. And we're going to have you tend the boom and kind of head inboard, and then Vapor, you'll be grabbing the WIF-X from your BRT.
And as you can tell on your screen, McClain is holding that boom. They did successfully remove it from its current location. They're going to be moving it 1.5 feet over.
Vapor, it'll be a pitch setting of alpha.
Yeah, I've got alpha set.
Copy. Alpha clocking is going to be 3, which is just pointing towards N in the same WIF 17.
Copy.
And extension of 1, which looks like you already have.
Paper. We're clocking a 3. Pistol and foot test. The locking color is black on black.
All right, that's great, Vapor. Next is going to be to install the C2V2 on the WIF-X.
Cool. So this I might need you to help push it. There's, I think some of the cable is pulling it back your way. Yeah, actually, so it's pretty strong. Now that we're here, I'm going to have to release. Yeah, it's just everyone.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are 3 hours and 21 minutes into the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Anne McClain on the left of your screen and Nichole Ayers on the right of your screen are currently working to relocate a common communications for visiting vehicle antenna.
Pointed aft, which looks like it is.
By moving the antenna over 1.5 feet, it will ensure better redundancy for visiting spacecraft arriving to the International Space Station.
Wire tie might be causing some friction.
Prior to this, McClain and Ayers worked to complete the lower right strut installation on the mod kit. Given the higher priority of the C2V2 relocation task, the team stopped the work on the mod kit, cleaned up the Irosa Worksite, and is now moving on to the relocation task you see here.
All right, I think the black line is facing aft, 90 degrees from the center black line. Concur.
Copy orientation, copy pull and twist test, and then I may have missed it, but just the black on black.
Black on black. That was the base of the, this was, or the, okay. I know it was the wires. We're going to have to get the wires so they're not moving. You got a full twist on the whip extender, right? I did, yep. All right, I'm going to release your rat. Okay. I'm going to release my rat.
All right, next will be to recoil the cables and secure them with wire tie. Right now we have handrail 3829, which is just beneath WIF 17, but Vapor and Ann, if you see a better place, we're open.
So I could do maybe one coil at 3829. There's also a wire tie right at the base of the antenna that I could put another twist in and get the rest of this coil down. Yeah, that's the original coil that I undid. Oh, okay. Yeah. So just put it back here? Yeah. If you do that, I'll tidy this one up.
McClain and Ayers are now working to recoil cables and secure them with wire ties following the relocation of the C2V2 antenna.
And then there will be 1 to 2 coils at 3829 as well.
Copy that, Vapor, thanks.
All right, that's in.
Yeah, 2 minutes until handover.
Copy.
Once that's complete, we'll get a glove and hap check from the both of you.
All right, UB1 has a good glove check on the left and a good glove check on the right. The spot's getting worn a little bit, but it doesn't look any more severe than it has been. And I have. And EVC, there's no change to the glove. Use your hat.
And we did just hear a good glove and HAP, or helmet absorption pad, check from both McClain and Ayers. These checks are done periodically throughout spacewalks to ensure everything is looking as expected. We are in another loss of signal period. While we will have communications with the crew, we will not have video of them again for about 36 minutes. Now approaching the 3-hour and 30-minute mark in today's spacewalk.
And we're just back with you after a 20-second handover.
Great,
we'll get you some words here in about 30 seconds.
Copy. Copy our glove and half check.
And in vapor, we're still discussing. We'll get back to you.
Okay, copy.
And following the successful relocation of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles antenna, the team on the ground is discussing next steps for NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers, who are nearing the 3-hour and 30-minute mark of today's spacewalk.
All right, and in vapor, we have some big picture words for you. Vapor, you're going to be going back to the Worksite, and you're going to be going back to the APFR and then translating inboard to the port feeder cart. And we'll continue to get you more words. We just want to get you moving.
Okay, sounds good. Copy.
And vapor, you'll be translating to the cable bag, where we will have more words for you. And I'm assuming you've started, but you'll be headed to the APFR and WIF 10, putting that on your BRT, and then picking up your green hook.
Okay. Copy.
And just for the both of you, we are in a KU loss of signal for the next about 30 minutes, so we do not have video.
V1 copies. Okay.
You're looking at a live view of Mission Control Houston as we are 3 hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk. This is the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers have successfully built the upper triangle portion of the modification kit ahead of upcoming future International Space Station rollout solar array installation. Additionally, they have successfully relocated the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle antenna. At this point, the team on the ground is discussing next steps for cleanup tasks for McClain and Ayers to complete.
You're going to translate port to the cedar cart, but first you're going to pick up your green hook, just nadir of the FHRC. Pick up your green hook. In Vapor, we're going to want you to translate to the strut bag. Very generically, we want you to clean it up, so we want it in a config that it's ready to take to the airlock. Just obviously ensure that it is still strapped down to the IEA.
Okay, copy. And you are going to move the free ret, the table bag?
Negative Vapor, we'll keep the free rets in the strut bag. Right now, big picture, the intent is to bring both bags into the airlock.
Okay. Okay, Marcos, the strut bag is cleaned up and closed, and it still has all three of its tie-downs, all three handrails.
We copy Vapor. That's a good config, and we'll have you stand by.
And I've on phase one. Right, I'm on Phase 1 heading in toward the port seater cart.
Are you worried about the hardware here?
Copy that. Port seater cart with 03, upper left-hand corner.
Copy. Bring up my green hook. Copy that? All right, my green hook is on my red reel, and I'm continuing translation.
Copy, Ann.
We do have about 24 and a half minutes left in this time period where we will not have visuals of the crew, but we do have communications with them. You're looking at a view inside Mission Control Houston that is currently being led, the Orbit 2 team currently being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo.
Hanging on with my table bag, just in case I want to do a jumper or something.
And Vapor, we got words for you. All right, Vapor, if you take a look at the IROSA cables, specifically the bundle that's on the right-hand side, we notice that the loop is hanging, and we are concerned that if the BGA were to rotate, that loop could get tangled or caught up in that trunnion pin that's on the keel. And so we have some words to have you tie down that bundle onto the lower strut. And so we would like you to translate very slowly at standby. That's just big picture, and we'll give you a final go here in a second, just so you know what's coming.
And those words from ground IV Marcos Barrios up to Nichole Ayers.
But just listen. We're going to be having you most likely very slowly translate up the lower strut. We want you to be parallel with the strut, and we also want you to be on the IEA side. We want you to try and avoid slipping your feet, which could cause torsional loads on this strut. The intent is to tie down the hanging bundle as low as possible on the strut away from the upper triangle.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't work. And I'm just getting to the port
not yet, Vapor. And copy, Ann, you're at the port seater cart with 3, upper left-hand corner. It'll be clocking up 6, Papa Hotel 12.
Copy on the left. Papa, Hotel 12.
And with those words up to NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers discussing the next steps of today's procedures to clean up the IROSA cables.
The handrails on the mod kit are illegal.
Ayers will also work to ensure that the bundle is tied down on the lower strut as a precautionary measure.
That is affirmative, Vapor, just minimize load.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut McClain is working to install the articulating portable foot restraint in a different location on the International Space Station. We are now 3 hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk. McClain and Ayers successfully built and installed the upper triangle of the mass canister of the modification kit, as well as the right struts on the modification kit. Following this, a higher priority task, the antenna relocation for the common communications for visiting vehicles, was reprioritized. The duo successfully removed and relocated that antenna.
Big picture word so you visualize it before we move forward. So I want you to locate the upper handrail, so the handrail closest to the solar panels on the lower strut. Right now that bundle should be wire tied to the zenith stanchion, or the uppermost stanchion, and we're going to want you to also have a wire tie on the lower stanchion of that same handrail.
Okay, I see that the right upper handrail already has the cable wire tied to it, so you just want me to add a second one to bundle the cable bundle to the bottom handrail.
Those are good words, Vapor, and you have a go to proceed.
I have Papa Hotel 12 set, and I'll get it in at a clocking of 6. Is that correct?
Those are good words, Ann.
Copy.
We do have about 19 minutes remaining in the loss of signal period where we do not have visual of the crew, but as you can hear, we do have communications with them.
I'm not sure I can reach from handrail to handrail without moving my feet.
At this time, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is back at the modification kit zone, which is the 2A location of the International Space Station.
And the Vapor,
she's currently stepping through procedures to clean up some of the cables that were left out following the reprioritization of the C2V2 antenna relocation.
Get one on both handrails.
And we copy.
By tying down the bundle on the lower strut portion of the modification kit, this is being done as a precautionary measure.
And once you're done there, we will need you to press the brake pedal release on the port cedar cart as you make your way back to your green hook location.
Copy. And hey, at 6 Papa, if I try to get in a clock at 6, the ingress aid is coming into contact with structure. Can I put it at 7 or 8?
Checking.
Because I was able to make the reach with 2 space tethers. Nice job, Vapor.
That's good news, Vapor. Appreciate it.
And while Ayers continues to work on the cleaning up of those IROSA cables, McClain successfully installed the articulating portable foot restraint.
Marcus, there's a trunnion pin structure, and with the ingress aid, it's retracted, but it's laying down. So I can either kind of set it at a clocking of 7, or I could lift the ingress aid so it was sticking out more toward the MT and put it at a clocking of 6.
I copy your words, and the team is still discussing. And we would like you to yaw the boot plate 180, and we're being told that that should get the ingress aid out of the way.
Copy, yaw at 180. I see what you're talking about with the moon earlier, Ann. Gorgeous. Oh, yeah? You can see it over the end of the truss, huh? Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Okay, Marcos, we are at a clocking of 6, and we are now at a yaw of 6 also. I have black on black and a good pull twist fit.
Copy that. And if you actuated the pitch axis, just make sure the knob can be depressed.
I checked the knob is locked and it can be depressed.
Copy, good work. And we'll have you start going back starboard, but first we want you to release the brakes on the cedar cart.
Copy. Hey, man. Good.
And Ann, I'm going to have you pause. I apologize.
Okay, pausing here.
And Ann, can you confirm that your camera is in the bag, cable bag?
My camera is on me.
So we'd like you to take a picture of the final configuration where you dropped off the APFR.
Okay. Marcos, I have the cable bundle on the right lower strut, upper handrail. I'll tie down to both skins.
Copy. And Vapor, did you use one of your wire ties or was it an existing one?
I used one of my long wire ties off my BRT.
Perfect. Thanks, Vapor. We'll give you more words here. And then, Vapor, we'd like a photo of that final config if you could.
Okay. I'm looking at the clearance of the trunnion pin. And then it almost seems like the NVDL connectors might need an extra wire tie.
Copy. We appreciate those words,
the,
Vapor. Yeah. And
trunnion pin.
copy. We appreciate those. And Vapor, after discussing here on the ground, we don't need you to proceed with tidying up the NZGLs because they're free. We don't believe that they're going to catch with anything, but if you're already complete, that's okay as well.
No, I was waiting for your words.
Copy, Vapor. We'll get you more words.
Okay, and photos are complete, Marcos.
Was that you, Vapor?
Sorry, EV1, photos are complete.
Copy. Photos complete. Release the brakes on the CETA cart. Translate to your green hook location.
Green hook. And I'm going to translate back down the strut here in order to get the picture.
Copy, Vapor. You can translate to the cable bag and hold.
Okay. All right, I have two pumps on the CETA brake and translating out phase one.
We copy and. And in Vapor, just big picture so you're aware. Vapor, you're translating to the cable bag. We'll have you hold, and you're going towards your green hook. We'll eventually have you go to the cable bag as well and hold. Right now we're deciding if we're going to continue with the jumper get ahead or if we're going to finalize cleanup and come back into the airlock.
One copy. Two copies. Because for USA, I haven't taken pictures of the solar strut cables yet. I was too close when I was there, and now it's too dark probably, so we're going to wait.
We copy you haven't taken the pictures yet. Once sunrise should be in about 14 minutes, and we'll get those done.
Marcos, for bags, did I hear right that we're taking both the bags in?
AFIRM, right now that is the current plan.
And at the green hook location.
Copy, and you'll drop your green hook, then head towards the cable bag. We'll just make sure your gauntlets are in place.
Copy.
We are now at the 3-hour 58-minute mark of today's spacewalk, and NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers has completed work to secure cables near the IROSA location, as well as tie them down on the lower strut as a precautionary measure.
All right, and in Vapor, update on the big picture words. We are going to proceed with accomplishing the 2 get-aheads. So Vapor, you'll be doing the jumper, and then Ann, you'll be doing the MMOD cover.
Copy.
And we're going to be accounting additional time, an extra 30 minutes to account for the fact that we are bringing in the strut bag into the airlock. And so all this together puts us at a PET of 610 with that extra margin. And right now, our limiting consumable continues to be the MEDOX, and it's about a 630, 645, almost 7 now.
I'm picking up the DD for now. And Ann, I think you should be able to get to the forward side of the IEA before you turn. Okay. Or maybe take a risk. Yeah, I think you can.
And you may have mentioned it and I missed it. Just ensure that your gauntlets are down prior to crossing the surge. We still don't have video. We'll have it up here maybe in 5 minutes.
Copy. And my green head is on 3652.
Copy, thanks.
All right, what's your status paper? I am about to start translating. Okay. I will hold at the charge if you haven't translated by. Yeah, let's.
And a Vapor, we have a go for you to start.
He really wants to come with me, but can stay.
2 minutes until teacher's handover. We have a go Vapor for you to get the jumpers, put them on your mini workstation, and start translating for the get-ahead, and we'll get those pictures of the lower strut once you're complete with the get-ahead.
Okay, copy that. I am sitting now.
And then Vapor, can you just verify that you have the Canon connector tool with the jumper?
I do have the Canon connector tool with me.
I didn't expect anything else. Thanks, Vapor.
Hello. Hi. Make this corner and then out of your way. Sounds good.
And Vapor, my guess is you're doing this, but just to give you words, you'll be translating to your work site via the radiator side of the IEA, so the kind of left mod kit side.
Then what? It's better psychometric. That way, so it's not quite as big. It is low. It looks fine at the green hooks. I'm going to air lead it here so it's like that big. Okay? I'll take a look at it as I come down.
10 seconds until teacher's handover.
And we do expect to get view of the crew here again shortly. We're 4 hours and 3 minutes into today's spacewalk. Following the relocation of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles antenna, there's a couple get-ahead tasks that McClain and Ayers are now going to be working on. NASA astronaut Ann McClain is going to work to remove a bolt on an MMOD cover. MMOD stands for micrometeor or orbital debris. She's going to remove this bolt using the pistol grip tool.
Vapor, I saw it was cut on and got it off. Thank you. Yep.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is going to work on a jumper cable installation, which is a DC to DC converter, converting power from the P6 truss to the acceptable voltage for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
I am back with you. Give me 10 seconds and I'll give you some more words.
See, I'm going to work a socket swap. If they are 7/16, right?
A-firm, 7/16 by 6-inch wobble.
Copy. I will work a socket swap.
And this is a helmet cam from NASA astronaut Ann McClain as she works to translate to the P4 MMOD cover to remove that bolt.
Copy, Vapor. That's the correct location. Just want to give another big picture for both of you, Ann and Vapor. Vapor's working the jumper cable get-ahead, and we're going to have you work the MMOD cover, and we might call you off when Vapor is complete with her get-ahead. So we may not complete the MMOD cover, but right now the intent is to finish the jumper.
Okay, did you want me to not do the socket swap and go do like the push test on it so we get some data out of it?
And we prefer the socket swap right now and then continue to get the data.
Copy, and work.
And Vapor, I'm back with you. You're at the correct location. I heard 158 and 157, and next for you is to tether to those dummy caps.
Okay. And I'm going to tether one at a time. I have one free in.
Copy that. Recommend copy.
Does the order matter?
Order matters for ease of install, so we would recommend 158 first.
I'm 3258 cap.
Copy the 158 cap. After that, you'll install the Canon connector tool onto 158. There should be a white...
Canon connector tool is installed to the...
Yeah, and I think I heard that the Canon connector tool is installed to the Canon connector itself.
It's installed to the Canon connector cap, so release first.
And you have a go, rotate 90 degrees counterclockwise.
And this view on your screen of NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers' helmet camera as she works to complete a get-ahead task to install a jumper cable, which is a DC to DC converter, converting power from the P6 truss to an acceptable voltage for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Okay, cap is removed. The tool to 158.
Copy.
At this time, she is installing a Canon connector tool, which will help mate the new jumper connectors to each other.
Marcus, I have a 7/16 swallow socket on my PGT, good full test.
And copy, and next will be to translate to the Bolt 3 location, and let me know if you need words.
Okay. I know a couple options if you want to run them. I know we can come down the inside and then translate out. And that there's not a lot of handrails, if I remember.
We concur. So an option is to go zenith.
And here we are getting a view of both NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the left from her helmet camera and Nichole Ayers on the right as they both work to complete their respective get-ahead tasks. Anne McClain is working to remove a bolt on a micrometeoroid orbital debris area.
So she does that. I have good pins to be in my bin.
She is going to use the PGT or pistol grip tool to complete that task.
Copy that.
Meanwhile, Nichole Ayers on the right is working with a Canon connector tool that you see there in the center of her screen. She'll use this to mate the new jumper connections, which will convert power from the P6 truss to an acceptable voltage for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Okay, so I have visual on Bolt 3. These things go outboard of the trunnion pin, Marcos?
Say that one more time.
There's a structure with a trunnion pin. Is your recommendation to translate outboard of that?
And right now, we're being told that the recommendation is to first go inboard along the edge of the IEA, then go zenith, so it's in between the SARG and the IEA, and then go outboard towards the Bolt 3 location, which is more or less midway.
So I was just able to come across shield fingertip to fingertip. Got it.
And that works for us, Anne.
And we are getting a view there of NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, who is working on that jumper cable installation.
And we copy. And then just a note for you, Anne, that the bolts will pop up when they are fully released.
Okay, and so I'm ready for my Bolt 3 action.
Well, first we'll have you get stable, so BRT to handrail close by. We've got 5124, and we're going to perform the cover rigidity test.
Okay.
And it's a 5125.
5125 on there. Marcos, I've got the P158 mated to J158. Good full test, and it's white on black.
And we copy Vapor. You have a go to continue with 157.
Okay, Marcus, I am VOT'd to 5125. I have a hand in the middle of the shield.
And Ayers is working to mate those new jumper connectors.
We are ready for you to press inward on the MMOD covered. So center between the micro squares like you have between the rivet lines. And then we'll ask you to describe the reaction.
Okay, let me go a little bit more if I'm going to get centered on those rivets.
Copy. And then,
so Marcus, I don't see any obvious motion.
Copy, no obvious motion.
I kind of pressed down on it and it didn't move, and then I kind of keep my hand on it and try to import a push force, and there's no noticeable motion to me.
Copy, push force as well as hand on it and no noticeable motion.
Yeah, the one thing I do notice, if I press toward the outboard, like 6 inches along the edges, it's solid. If I kind of push in the middle, I feel like a kind of a vibrating that comes. It's not actually moving. It just feels like there's a vibration that goes through it.
We copy, would you say like a high frequency vibration?
I would describe it as such, yes.
And copy N, appreciate those words. We're checking. We'll have you stand by.
Please stand by.
And Vapor, just as a reminder, because I did not give it to you, on the demated cannon connectors, we don't want you to rotate the collar or manipulate the cable or the connector using the collar or the connector tool.
And the hook on the cannon connector cap interfering with taking it off, so I'm swapping over to one of my rats. Leave some room here.
Vapor, we copy it. You have a go, and Vapor, we have video back.
Copy.
And NASA astronaut Ann McClain is working through procedures to inspect the MMOD cover. She reported out her findings to the team here on the ground, who are discussing.
And we're still waiting on.
Meanwhile, Nichole Ayers on the right continues work to install the jumper cables.
All right, and
Marcus, the DDC for cable has quite a bit of memory in it, so it's not going to lay flat like the picture had. It's kind of going to go up and around. You can see that in my head or not, but.
And Vapor, we have a good view on your HECA. We see it, and we might need to use a wire tie to secure that. After the installation. And we have a...
Good sense, no file, the PDMI down.
Copy, Vapor. You have a go to install. And we have a go to proceed with you. So first is going to be to inspect the base of the Bolt 3 microsquare. And we're going to be inspecting for FOD or debris.
Copy. I see no FOD or debris on the inside of that bolt anywhere.
And Ayers has successfully mated one set of the jumper connectors. She's now working on the second.
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the left of your screen is going to utilize the pistol grip tool for the next set of procedures for the bolt release.
And copy vapor. And we're discussing whether or not we need to tie down that jumper.
For your essay, there's not a whole lot of places I could go to the handrail 5243. That.
And vapor, we like that location.
I'll put a wire tie on 5246.
And following mating the second set of jumper cables, Ayers is going to now secure that cord that you see on your screen with a wire tied to ensure it's not floating about.
3 exactly 2 turns, and we'll want a torque readout.
Copy, exactly. Okay, I have Bravo 2, counter 2 set. Understand exactly 2 turns. There's exactly 2 turns on bolt 3. It did not release.
Copy 2 turns, and we'll get your torque reading. And
Torque was 0.5.
copy. All right, copy. And the bolt 3 did not fully release. We're going to be translating to bolt 4, which should just be inboard of bolt 3.
Okay.
Once you're at bolt 4, we'll just have you reset either the torque or the speed collar just so that you can clear the torque reading from your PGT.
Okay. Good.
McClain now translating to another bolt location. The bolt she was previously on, bolt 3, did not release following the pistol grip tool attempt.
All right, I see bolt 4.
Copy bolt 4. We'll have you inspect the base of bolt 4 for FOD and debris as well.
Okay. I also see no debris or FOD in bolt 4.
Copy, and we'll have you reset the torque or speed collar just so that we get accurate torque reading. And we're going to have you release bolt 4 approximately 9 turns, and it should be popping out.
9 turns.
And this view of NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers as she works to secure that cable there with a wire tie following the successful mating and connection of jumper cables to provide power from the P6 truss to an acceptable voltage for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
I've reset the collar.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Anne McClain is working on removing a bolt on an MMOD cover.
Bravo 2, counter 2 set.
Copy. Bravo 2, counter 2, approximately 9 turns. Bolt should pop out. And
Of course. Okay, set the for wire time. The 243. For me to call Johnny.
And Vapor, that looks good. We're going to have you make sure you have your Canon connector tool, the 2 caps, and any tethers from the jumpers on your person, on your mini workstation.
Okay. And Marcos, I did exactly 9 turns. It popped out at 8, and it has a 5.0 torque.
Copy. The bolt popped out. 8 turns, 5.0 on torque. We'll have you translate to bolt 1.
Copy, bolt 1.
Which should be just nadir.
I see both. Yeah, I need to go back out just to get my safety tether straight. Just for easy, I've got both adjustables, both Canon connector caps, and the tool all on my mini.
Copy. Vapor, you can start translating back towards the cable bag.
And with that, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is going to make her way back to the cable bag following the successful installation of the DDCU jumper cable, which will provide power from the P6 truss to an acceptable voltage to the Russian segment of the space station.
All right, I'm at the strap bag, coming back in. Bolt 1.
Copy. Vapor, you're going to be putting all of that equipment inside the cable bag.
Sorry, that was sorry. We've been told we sound alike. Yep. And we're both heading toward the cable bag. I've got a in my HECA as the odd kit cables, I think. You guys can see that.
We do, Vapor. We also have Johnny helping us out with a camera from the GEM, getting a really good view of the Ayers cables.
Awesome. Oh, tell them hi for us. Oh, we could wave at them from here. Yeah. Okay, I'm at bolt 1.
And we are getting a view here of the installation that was completed earlier today of the modification kit. You see that upper triangle that was built and successfully attached to the mass canister, as well as the right struts.
And you'll be releasing bolt 1 exactly 2 turns.
Exactly.
At this point, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is translating back over to that area to pick up a bag that will be going back with them inside of the airlock today.
Vapor, once you have put the tools and the caps inside the cable bag, we'll have you do another assessment on the Ayers cables and see if you believe that they would be a snag hazard to the keel pin that's on the IAA.
Okay, copy that. I'm going to hold at the inboard radiator side of the IEA just because our safety tethers already have one in them, and I don't want to do it.
And we copy. Thanks, Vapor.
All right, I have counter 2, the Bravo 2, counter 2 set. And a little bit of a tough reach.
Copy. Bravo 2, counter 2. You'll release bolt 1 exactly 2 turns after resetting the collar.
Copy in 2 turns, you said.
A-firm.
It's easy. So I'm hanging out here in my gloves. There's no change. Pistol set. Download first.
Copy, no changes to your glove and HAP.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are 4 hours and 28 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers successfully built and installed a support bracket called a modification kit on the 2A location of the International Space Station. The crew also worked to relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, to ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station. Following this, jumper cables were connected to route power from P6 to the Russian portion of the International Space Station. And at this time, NASA astronaut Anne McClain is working on removing bolts from a micrometeoroid orbital debris cover.
All right, I got 2 turns on it. Elbow 2, counter 2, and you see the torque. Torque was 9.5. It felt higher.
Copy, 2 turns, torque of 9.5. We're going to have you translate to bolt 2. And it'll be similar.
Copy.
You'll inspect the micro square for fodder debris, and then we'll have you reset the collar.
Copy. All right, vapor, I got to check them out. No worries, Marcus, for you guys to say I'm up to the A-frame here. I can get a good view of the cables while I wait.
Appreciate that, Vapor.
And Marcos, you said bolt 2, right? Our last bolt?
A-firm, bolt 2 is the last bolt. You would just be heading outboard from bolt 1.
Okay, I'm there, and it is 3 of 5, and I've reset the collar.
Copy. With the same settings of Bravo 2, counter 2, you're going to release bolt 2 exactly 2 turns.
Copy exactly 2.
Anne McClain now working to remove the last bolt on this cover.
Okay, I have 2 turns on bolt 2. Running torque was 4.8.
2 turns, 4.8. Copy, Anne.
Good.
And you can appreciate the work on that get ahead. We can have you stow the PGT and do a glove and hap check for us.
Copy. Does appear to be no change. And dry hap.
Copy, and after you've stowed your PGT, we'd actually like to do the cover rigidity test again, and so we'd have you translate to bolt 3.
Okay, can I do it from the zenith side instead, since it's kind of in the center?
Affirm, and those are good words. You can do it from there.
Okay, awesome, thanks. A little bit of a tricky translation. Okay, I am there.
Copy, and let me give Vapor some words here. Vapor, so we have looked at the Arosa cables, and we would like the end configuration to look like the following. We want both bundles as well as where the NZGLs are. We want those in a more flat configuration and more kind of parallel to the mounting bracket.
Hey, yeah, I'm saying what you guys are saying. They're all breaking the plane of the keel pin.
Affirm, that's exactly our concern.
I understand the issue. Yeah. You might be able to just translate a spear over there. That way I can...
And that Vapor, just as a reminder, you can translate on the lower right strut, given the instructions we said before, parallel to it, very slowly, avoid torsions, but you will not be translating on the mounting bracket.
Okay, copy.
And 2 minutes for TDRS handover. And we are back with you.
And with those words, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is going to work to reconfigure cables that were previously secured there to the mounting bracket on the lower left of your screen. They're going to make them just a little bit more flush, not sticking out quite as much.
I guess in a little bit of a different spot, I get a little bit of a vibration. Yeah, if I go more inboard, I still get the vibration. If I'm right on where the double sets of rivets are in the center, I do not. And the rivets is where I got it before. Now it's a little bit inboard. Makes sense?
And we copy all. That's a good description, and we are complete with this get ahead.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to help? Different things. Kind of a one-person job, climbing up this stretch. Yeah. If I can get through here.
And we're discussing.
And NASA astronaut Ann McClain successfully removed bolts from that MMOD cover and inspected it, completing that get-ahead task. And we are in a brief handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain views here shortly.
And as Vapor completes that task, we're just discussing here what our follow-on plans are. So we'll have words for you here shortly.
Copy. It looks like if you take that bundle that's to your left and just do one more loop on the, yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering the ones on the bracket look like they'll be clear.
And now 4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts and McClain and Nichole Ayers successfully completed the lower right strut installation and build of the triangle, which was the minimum configuration for the mod kit for today. Following this, they worked to relocate a common communications for visiting vehicles antenna, completed 2 get-ahead tasks, including a P6 DDCU jumper cable connection, as well as removing bolts from an MMOD cover. At this point, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is working to reconfigure cables for future IROSA preparation spacewalks.
All right, and in Vapor, so big picture words, once Vapor is complete with this tie down, we're going to have her take the Canon connector tool, the caps, etc., to the cable bag. And we're going to have you just, we know Vapor already did this, we're just going to have you take a look at the strut bag and make sure that it's cinched up and ready to be taken back to the airlock. Once the cleanup is complete, Vapor, we're going to have you bring the strut bag in, and you're going to be bringing the cable bag in, and you're going to be leading the way back, and we're going to keep you two together.
Okay. Yeah, I think the cable bag, the strut bag looks good. For your caps, we can either do them in a cable bag or the strut bag. The problem is I need to leave before you come back around with your feathers. Yeah. So I think maybe if you're okay with it, Marcos, if you could shove those caps in the strut bag, and she doesn't have to wait. We don't have to do kind of the back and forth, if that makes sense.
And we're good with that plan, Ann. Thanks.
Okay. Chris, did you happen to hear my question about an adjustable out here for these cables? I think he's just donating another cable to get the cables up against the bracket might be the best.
No, Vapor, I did not catch your question. Are you asking if you can use an adjustable to further tidy up the cables and leave it out? We're checking, and while we're checking, Ann, can we have you turn your HECA back on?
Yep. All right. Bye.
Now, Vapor, question for you. We're discussing if we can bring the cables back with us in the cable bag, but in order to do that, we need to make sure that you can actually reach the mounting bracket oval cutout where they're attached.
I can reach it.
All right, Vapor, then the plan is to release the IROSA cable bundles from the mounting bracket, and we're going to be putting them back in the cable bag.
Okay, copy that. We'll put them in work. All right.
And following discussion here on the ground, the team has decided to bring that cable back inside the crew lock bag, inside the airlock today.
And we copy Ann.
Run out of risk here. Let's see. I've got one. I'm ready to the adjustable that has the air tie done from the mount. Yes. Just talking this out loud, Marco, so you guys can back me up here.
Appreciate it.
The left cable is released from the on the air ties on both skins. Right.
Good work, Vapor.
Yeah, nicely done. Because do you want me to leave the wire ties on the handrail?
A-firm.
They each have 3 twists on the stanchion.
That's correct, Vapor.
Ta-da. And actually, if you have a free hand, I might ask you to come to the base of the strut and just take these cables off of me. Do what, sorry? And grab these cables from me so I can... Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me come back upward. But I don't want Medusa on me while I'm trying to get that base again. Yeah, for sure. It might be right away. On the way. Hey, Marcus, there is a short wire tie on the pin that's closest to the mounting bracket. Long wire tie just to the top bolt.
And NASA astronaut Ann McClain is making her way over to Nichole Ayers to assist with that cable gathering and putting it in the bag to bring it back into the airlock today.
All right, I'm coming up behind you. Okay. I'm going to try to make three real quick and then I'll hit him. All right, I see him.
Also, right above Ann McClain, she is the astronaut with the red stripes. On the left of your screen is that strut bag that will also be going back inside with the duo this afternoon.
Right here. Right, I'm ready to the cable. Okay. They're not the prettiest, but they're... That was a fantastic grab.
And Ann and Vapor, just for your awareness, Vapor, it seems like your safety tether is wrapped around that trunnion pin on the keel. Just for awareness.
Vapor, yeah. I'm going to go back that way.
Copy that.
Thanks for the heads up, Marcus. Yep, and I'll need to get this bag and go before you come around the corner. Okay. It'll take me a little while to get back. So. Yeah, it'll take me a sec to get these cables in the bag. And can you just take a look at my safety tether? I've lost where it is. Yeah, it's coming down your left side and then around the trunnion pin. Okay. So I think if you... left. Yeah. See? And I can get better eyes on it in just a sec. I've got it. I'll get it. Got it? That's good. Okay. Okay, I'm back at the cable bag. I'm going to work on loading these up.
We copy in.
Go the long way around right back to the strip. Okay, I got the bag right to the cable. Around the tree.
Copy.
And McClain is now working to put those IROSA cables back into the crew lock bag that will go inside the airlock with the duo. You can see that view on the left-hand side of your screen there of McClain's helmet camera.
Seems like it's 3 times more full than when it came out.
Oh, we agree with that, Ann.
So I'm going to have you take a look at mine. All right, I got the bag closed.
Good work, Ann.
Got that tight in. Do you have anything to look at? My right safer handle, I quite feel whether it's down or not. I just want to do a quick check. It is down. Okay, yep. For all that calling around, Marcos, both of my safer handles.
If you're just joining us, we are 4 hours and 54 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers have worked to build a modification kit that will be used to install an ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA. The duo built and installed the upper triangle on the mass canister and also installed the right lower strut, which is the minimum configuration for the mod kit. Following this, McClain and Ayers relocated a common communication for visiting vehicles antenna, which ensures redundancy for visiting spacecraft to the orbiting lab. The two then completed two get-ahead tasks. One was to install a jumper cable to provide power from the P6 truss to the Russian segment of the International Space Station, and another get-ahead to remove bolts from a micrometeoroid cover. Ayers then returned to the modification kit and gathered IROSA cables, which you see on your screen there. NASA astronaut Anne McClain is working to secure them in a crew lock bag. Following this, the duo will gather the strut bag and also bring that back with them to the airlock.
The bag cinched down as much as I can.
Today's spacewalk is the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assemblies, and upgrades, and is the third for McClain and the very first for Nichole Ayers.
I've got 4 of the integral AETs connected to the lid and tightened.
Copy that, Ann. We're good with that.
All right, paper. I'm going to start moving here. Okay. I airlined my tether around the corner of the IEA here, so get out of your way. Okay. Really slow enough that you can go over it. All right, make sure my tethers are heading back in that direction. All right, I see yours. Down. Okay, your tether's free.
And as the duo prepares to head back to the airlock, you are getting a view inside the flight control room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Diana Trujillo.
All of the equipment is back into the strut bag. Vapor, that's going on your BRT, and sounds like you have the cable bag on your BRT. We'll be translating inboard, and you're going to be...
We are entering a period where we will not have video of the crew for approximately 40 minutes. This is due to a handover period between our satellites.
Your tether's clear, but I'm going to pause here before I pick up my green HUD in case I need to come back out. Thank you.
Copy. And Ann and Vapor, in case I misspoke, Ann, you have the cable bag. Vapor, you have the strut bag.
Yep, we got him. Thank you.
And also for your awareness, we are going to have a 45-minute KU band handover, so we will lose all video streams in 1 minute.
Copy. Copy. Because for US things like two adjustables, one cannon connector, and one cap for bag, and I'll take one cap back with me on my MWS.
Copy, those are all on your MWS.
And at this point, NASA astronaut Ann McClain is working to retrieve the cable, the crew lock bag, and stow it on her body restraint tethers, and then will make her way back to the airlock. Similarly, Nichole Ayers is working to retrieve the strut bag, which she will stow on her body restraint tether before translating back to the airlock as well.
I've got one cap on my MWS, and then the two adjustables and tool, and the second cap are in the bag.
And we copy all. Appreciate it, Vapor.
Receiver is on the bag, and I'm working 13 now. I'll be moving in.
Copy that.
Okay, let me know when you're heading back this way, and I'll continue with my green hood. Okay. You lost some weight. Yeah, just saying. This one getting a little. Working my way back inward. Okay.
Once McClain and Ayers are back inside of the airlock, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and JAXA astronaut Takoya Onushi will continue help, just as was done this morning, to get the airlock repressurized and get the crew out of their spacesuits.
And in Vapor, just let us know once you're inboard of the IEA so we can work some BGA unlatching.
Copy. Okay. See a cable strip guy coming around. Think you're with it? Yeah. I'm picking up my green hook. Okay.
And we copy Ann, picking up your green hook.
And my green hook is on my red reel. And Vapor, your tethers are nice and clear as you would expect them to be. Okay. I'm gonna move inboard. I'm gonna get too far ahead of you. Okay. You have a small fair lead on my handrail down there. Sorry? There's a small fair lead on my DC tether on a handrail. It's not it's outboard of the green. Can you kind of send a whip to it, get up?
At this time, NASA astronauts Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers are making their way back to the airlock. We just surpassed the 5-hour, 6-minute mark of today's spacewalk, which officially began at 8:05 a.m. Eastern. During today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers worked to build a modification kit that will be used to install an ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA, as part of ongoing solar array upgrades. The duo built and installed the upper triangle on the mass canister and also installed the right lower strut, which is the minimum configuration for the modification kit. Following this, McClain and Ayers relocated a common communication for visiting vehicles antenna, which ensures redundancy for visiting spacecraft. The antenna was moved 1.5 feet over, again to provide that redundancy for spacecraft as they visit the orbiting lab. Then 2 get-ahead tasks were completed. One was to install a jumper cable to provide power from the P6 truss to the Russian segment of the space station, and another to remove bolts from a micrometeoroid cover. Following this, Ayers returned to the modification kit location, gathered the IROSA cables, and brought them back in a crew lock bag. And the duo is now translating and making their way back to the airlock as we speak.
My green hook is back on my red reel. Copy. Move inboard.
And that sounded like vapor.
That was me. I guess I think you have a head start on keeping our voices apart.
I agree, and I think that high pitch ending for vapor is my key.
I go to the lab. thinking about ingress vapor. I think almost just reverse of what we did. Like throw the cable bag in, I'll get in, pull get the end of the strut bag in, I can pull it in. And for your essay, the going to be one ret on the D-ring, and then one ret is still on the hammer. Okay? They're in two different spots. Copy.
And in vapor, we can let you know what we thought of, and then you can compare and contrast, and you tell us what might work better.
Take it. I'm on the seat handrail going down.
Copy seat of handrail going down. So first, we're thinking that vapor can hand the strut bag to you, Anne, and then you can put that strut bag into the airlock. Then you'll hand off your cable bag to vapor. You'll ingress. Then vapor will give you the cable bag.
I'm thinking through that.
Copy.
So the cable bag, or the strut bag goes first before either of us?
Affirm, that's what we're thinking. So definitely the strut bag first, and then we're thinking put in the bag in before either of you ingress. And we were thinking positioning it along the aft edge, and then the starboard edge zenith, so almost like just diagonally.
Okay. And number one. Yeah, right behind your PG area. Clear? There we go. Yep. What do you prefer, Vapor? What do you think? It might be easier to pull the strut bag than push it. I'm really concerned that if it gets stuck on anything, nobody's in there to kind of deconstruct it from. Yeah.
And Anne and Vapor, to be clear, we are okay with Anne, you going in first and pulling the bag in. So if you think that is the best way forward, you have a go.
Okay. The thermal cover is open.
Copy.
Vapor, I think I could get this one in before you come down. There's one less thing to worry about. Yep. Okay, so you said that one is right here. And that was the original cable bag. Okay. And then from your point of view, left hand, now that's closest to the hatch. Crazy hatch. Okay, that's it.
And we do have about 25 minutes remaining in this handover period between our satellites before we will have visuals of the crew.
I do have a waste feather out there.
However, they are continuing to make their way back to the airlock.
All right, cable bag is secured inside the airlock. My BR2 at back.
Copy.
And grabbing this large hook for the strut bag. And I'm coming back up. I had a little momentum, sorry, it's right. All good. Things are, you're into their name, it's V3. It should be clear now. Okay. All right, there it comes. I'm actually wondering if you could ingress from here. What? If you could just ingress from here, and then I could... Yeah, just at least, here's for the cable bag. Sorry, strip bag. Here's a D-ring coming your way. Okay, I see the strip bag on this. Okay, strip bag is ready to the airlock. Okay, I'm going to remove my BRT and my RIT. Okay. So, I think if I go in, I need to come out and get my waist feather. I can pick it up for you too if you...
And McClain and Nichole Ayers are now back at the airlock and working to get the strut bag inside the airlock portion of the International Space Station. Following this, they will both enter themselves, and repressurization will occur.
The lightning storm below us is so awesome. I just caught that flash. Whew. All right, my right waist tether is on the airlock D-ring extender. 8 plus slider lock, black on black.
And we copy Ann.
Okay, Vapor, I'm going to come in and get out of the way here. So, you feed it in. Got it. Oh, yeah, that was easy. Oh, yeah. That was way easier without an upper triangle in it. Yeah. All right, if we can get that back part in. All right, and that'll go high. I'll pull it as close as I can to the ID hatch. All right, and you are there to Ingress. I'm going to go high and give you low. Okay. Do you have a good float path? Yes, I have my right waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender. I check black on black. Okay.
And Vapor, seems like you may be already be working it, but from Ann's go, you can attach Ann's anchor hook to your waist tether.
Picking up Ann from the aft thing. It is on my left waist tether. Both gates are closed. They're locked, black on black.
Copy Vapor. With that, you can release your anchor hook from the forward airlock external D-ring. You can store that on your mini workstation.
Okay.
And Ann, while we're waiting, we'll have you turn off your HECA.
The head is coming off. Okay, I'm for Ingress forward. Yes, and I am biased high and just forward, so that's where I was.
And we copy Vapor, you ingressing.
Sure. as you get in, try to pull the tethers so they don't go between your leg and then also to get SCU. Alright, let me get more out of your leg.
We are now 5 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers are back near the airlock and working to ingress or enter back inside of the airlock.
I'll move that. Okay, now you should have seat room. Alright, how's that feel? That feels pretty good. Okay, and I'm going to move this guy even more so you can come down when you do the catch. Yeah, I'm going to grab the thermal cover real quick.
And as you two continue to work the ingress, just FYI, just make sure you have access to the SCU.
Copy. Alright, your SCU is nice and clear, and you're clear to come back in there. Nice job. Thermal cover is closed. Work on the vestibule. And my right foot feels like it's stuck on. There we go. Yeah, this bag it's actually, I can move it pretty easily, so if you feel something in the hatch, let me know. Okay, should be pretty out of your way now. I don't know if you got the camera or not, but I did.
Again, the crew of today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Ann McClain and NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, are working to ingress or re-enter the airlock ahead of repressurization following today's spacewalk. McClain and Ayers work to build a modification kit that will be used to install an ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA, during a future spacewalk. The duo built and installed the upper triangle on the mass canister and also installed the right lower strut, which is considered the minimum configuration for the mod kit. Following this, McClain and Ayers relocated a common communication for visiting vehicles antenna, ensuring redundancy for visiting spacecraft to the orbiting lab. Then two tasks were completed by the duo, one to install a jumper cable to provide power from the P6 truss to the Russian segment of the space station, and another to remove bolts from a micrometeoroid cover. Ayers then returned to the modification kit location in the 2A segment of the International Space Station, gathered the IROSA cables, and brought them back to the airlock in a crew bag, as well as brought in the strut bag with the remaining struts.
You'll remove your DCM cover and you'll connect the SCU and check that it's locked.
If you would work. If you want to work.
We are in a loss of signal period where we do not have visuals of the crew, about 14 minutes remaining in that loss of signal period, but we do have confirmation that the crew is back inside the airlock and the hatch thermal cover is closed. Inside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, will be stepping through procedures to help repressurize the airlock and get the crew out of their spacesuits this afternoon.
SU to the locked. EV1, SU connected and locked.
Copy, 2 SCUs locked. And we'll have you both take your water switch to off, and it'll be off for 2 minutes, OFF. You'll expect an
H2 water off, OFF.
Copy, expect a
EV1,
message.
water off. Copy, we got the message. And Marcos, while we wait for these couple of minutes, from EV1 and I'd just like to say thanks to my family and friends from Washington to Kansas City, from Naples to LA. So I want to give a huge thanks to all the teams that made today safe and got the mission executed. Our prep team, Judge, Sandy, and Scott. Our execution team, Stephen, Bailey, Lucas, Farouk, Lauren, and the other Sandy. Good mission starts with a good plan. I want to also thank prior crew that have done this struts. Kate, Victor, Aki, Tomas, Ila, Raja, Josh, Frank, Koichi, and Nichole. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and there were so many lessons from your EVAs learned put into this one. For our suit IDs, Takuya and Johnny, absolutely flawless execution. Can't wait to see you in a minute. I hope you put dinner in. To the two voices I've been listening to, Nichole and Marcos, you two are phenomenal. These are two, Nichole Ayers and Marcos Barrios. Remember those names. They're going to be our future giants in this office, and they represent the best of us. And most of all, I want to thank our flight director, Diana Trujillo. Behind every major NASA accomplishment in space is a flight director who holds ultimate responsibility for the planning and safe execution. Diana, EVA 93 belongs to you. Human spaceflight is absolutely the ultimate achievement of our time, whether you work on the ground or if you fly to space for 6 months or 6 minutes. This incredible legacy is yours. Thank you to everyone. And over to you, Nichole.
Well said, Anne. I mean, I think that with this year being the 25th anniversary of human presence in space, it seems fitting that we're continuing to upgrade the ISS to preserve the lives through 2030. We're honored to be a small part of a much larger team that facilitates the groundbreaking science that we perform here on the national lab that is the International Space Station. What we accomplish and learn here not only furthers our efforts toward the moon and onto Mars, but it informs how we do life on Earth. So huge thank you to the ground team that made this happen. Thank you to our friends and families for supporting us and getting us to this moment.
And in Vapor, we really appreciate those words and really appreciate your calm and effective leadership throughout the entire prep as well as today, and it really showed even here on the ground. And Vapor, wow, what a special moment being able to watch you egress the airlock for the first time. You certainly have all the flies, the office, families, and friends extremely proud of you. So on behalf of the entire team here on the ground, congratulations for a well-executed spacewalk. Proud of you, and it was an honor to have been able to contribute to the mission today. And with that, the 2 minutes are up, so we're going to check that the EV hatch is closed and locked.
right, let me know how you want me to move. It does take a little more space on its tracks than you think. Yeah.
And we'll just...
I'm going to get this bag out of your way so your feet can move. Yeah, that'd be awesome. There we go. Now you got the room. Thank you.
And some very special words from NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers as we wrap up today's spacewalk now at the 5-hour and 30-minute mark. The crew is back inside the airlock and is going to work towards repressurization here shortly.
And actually, if you just move it more center. I'm sorry? You just pull it more center. Pull it center? It's actually the end that's going to go up my end. Your end needs to go, okay, good. Let's see, my feet are right above it. Is that helping at all? I know. Let's see. It is definitely, here, do this. Let's put it up right in between us. Yeah, I agree. Trying to get out of its way here. All right, I've moved. Can you try pushing it over your shoulder? How big is it? That actually might be okay if you can hold there. Yes, I can hold it. You have about 2 feet. You can come down from your feet if you need to. Okay. Yeah. Try to get this guy out of your way. There we go. Now you got all the room. Perfect. On the bag again. Up on the bed. Yep. It needs to basically go up behind you. That happens. You can also pull individual pieces and out of the way the entire bag, because I think they're laid end to end, which is making it immovable. Able to see your height at all? Did that do anything? So that might be okay. There. Okay, I'll try to hold it there.
NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are back inside the airlock working to get in a good configuration with the strut bag that is also inside the airlock with them before they can begin the repressurization process.
It's not. Oh, okay. The bag's got to do something. Yeah. We're going to have to move it. So the SC, all right. I think there's a way for you to get the bag up to your right side. The high end up with you. That should work. All right, let me see if I can swap places with it. All right, actually, let's try again, pushing it up in between us to the ceiling.
And in Vapor, if you have the bandwidth, you could kind of give us a high-level summary or description of what's preventing you from closing the hatch.
TV3's strut legs are on the hatch. Hey, let's pause there. I think that's a decent spot. Okay. I can actually pull it a little more even like that. Okay. I did open it up and pull one of the strips. Also.
2 minutes until a teacher's handover.
Yeah. That works. They're coming in, they're broken. I think everything is clear. Nice job. All the tethers clear. Hatches are clear. Okay. They're closing. Copy.
Seconds to handover.
40 seconds till teacher's handover.
The hatch is closed and locked.
Copy, hatch closed and locked. Really good job. We got a handover and
And with that call that the hatch has successfully been closed, we will begin repressurization here shortly.
in Vapor comp check, I think we're back with you.
We're back. Hatch is closed and locked.
Copy. Excellent work. We're now going to get into the pre-repress. cuff card, and so quickly we'll just check that both of your SEUs are still connected to the DCM.
V1, affirmative.
Water switch is still OFF. It's been off for 2 minutes, and that the EV hatch is closed and locked.
Water switch is off, OFF, and locked. EV1, same thing, water switch is off.
Copy, and we're going to have you take the EMU 1 and 2 oxygen valves to open.
Okay, EMU 1 and 2 oxygen are open. That's open.
Copy, we'll take the power switch for EV 1 and 2 on.
Copy and work.
And then you'll be checking that the EV1 and 2 EMU LEDs are on and that volts are 18 to 19.
Right, EMU 1 is on, LED 18.6. EMU 2 is on, 18.6, good LED.
And we'll have both of you take your power switch to SEU and expect a warning tone.
Right, paper, I don't know if I heard you. EV2 has power and SU. Okay, EV1 has power SU.
Copy, both powers SEU. And in Vapor, was a pleasure. I'm going to hand you over to TOC.
Marcos. Yeah, thank you, Marcos. Great job today.
Okay, Marcos, we copy that. You guys did a great job today, so have a good rest. And Vapor and Anna, welcome back. We are so happy to have you back, and your dinner is ready, so don't worry about it. So for both crew members on DCM, set O2 actuator to press and verify O2 position press displayed.
And that was the voice of JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, who is going to be stepping through procedures alongside NASA astronaut Johnny Kim for repressurization.
O2 is in press. EV1, O2 press.
Copy that. Next step is for Vapor. On the crew lock, check EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Hatch MPEV is closed.
Okay.
And this view from inside the International Space Station on your right is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, and then on the left is NASA astronaut Johnny Kim. Again, they'll be stepping through the procedures with NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers following their spacewalk today. And repressurization is underway.
Hot for EV2. That's a good rate so far.
Copy that. It's kind of in the middle of off
and with repressurization underway at 1:49 p.m. Central Time this afternoon, that marks our spacewalk, a 5-hour and 44-minute spacewalk today.
And on DC.
Again, with repressurization underway, having begun at 1:49 p.m. Central Time this afternoon, today's spacewalk was 5 hours and 44 minutes. Pressure inside the airlock at 2.3 pounds per square inch and rising.
5.0, we will close the IV hatch equalization valve for a leak check, so please let us know when it gets to 5.0.
Copy, Wilco, 0.3 and climbing. There's the 4.0 and alert zone. Then.
And this view from inside the equipment airlock of the International Space Station. JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi on the left and NASA astronaut Johnny Kim on the right. Pressure inside the crew lock, where NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are currently located, continues to rise, now at 5 pounds per square inch.
Now, IV hatch equalization valve is now closed off. So we wait here for 2 minutes for crew lock pressure to stabilize. Then we'll do a 1-minute speed check.
Feel?
And with this 5-hour and 44-minute spacewalk wrapping up, we do have some updated stats for you. Today was the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, the third spacewalk out of station this year, and the first for Expedition 73. This was the third spacewalk for McClain's career. She now has a total spacewalking time of 18 hours and 52 minutes. Of course, for Nichole, her first spacewalk, 5 hours and 44 minutes. In total, 72 days, 12 hours, and 23 minutes of spacewalking time has been recorded over the past 25 years of the International Space Station. During today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers worked to build a modification kit that will be used to install an ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA, during a future spacewalk. The duo built and installed the upper triangle on the mass canister and also installed the right lower strut, which is the minimum configuration for the modification kit. Following this, McClain and Ayers relocated a common communication for visiting vehicles antenna to ensure redundancy for visiting spacecraft. The two then got two get-ahead tasks complete. One was to install a jumper cable to provide power from the P6 truss to the Russian segment of the space station, and another was to remove bolts from a micrometeoroid cover. The duo then returned to the airlock and are in the process of repressurization now. We're holding at 5 pounds per square inch to perform a leak check. Once everything checks out as expected, repressurization will continue. Again, we are looking for a repressurization of 14.5 pounds per square inch to be the equivalent of the pressure inside the International Space Station.
It's an airlock on space ground 1. So P1 pressure is 260.03 and P2 the same. So we have a good leak check.
We concur. Good leak check.
And with that confirmation that the leak check was good and as expected, repressurization will continue.
Two blood feeders are off. OSS. EV1 off.
Check gloves for contamination and report back to Houston.
For EV2, change to the gloves, just the EA smudges. EV1, no contamination.
See that? There is a warning about DCS, but I'm going to skip it. So for both EV crew members on DCM, set authenticator to ID.
EV2, IV. EV1, IV.
Next step is for IV crew. IV adds equalization valve to normal. We will gradually open the valve.
After that, copy.
And repressurization has resumed. Pressure now at 6 pounds per square inch inside of the crew airlock and continuing to rise. Expecting equalization between the crew lock and the airlock in about 9 minutes from now.
Airlock Houston on Space to Ground 1. Just letting you request if we can take a look at Nichole's mic booms when you put her on the ETA, just to give us a data point on the comms today.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
We would like you to take a look and report back on the placement of Vapor's mic booms, just so we have a data point on why some of the comm was cutting in and out.
Copy that. We will make sure to take a note before we remove the helmet.
That'd be great, and if you could take a photo, we'll give you bonus points.
Copy that.
And if you're just joining us, we are wrapping up a spacewalk that lasted 5 hours and 44 minutes today, where NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers worked on space station maintenance and upgrades. During today's spacewalk, McClain and Ayers worked to build a modification kit that will be used to install an ISS rollout solar array during a future spacewalk. They also work to relocate a common communication for visiting vehicles antenna to ensure redundancy for visiting spacecraft. Additionally, the duo completed 2 get-ahead tasks, one to install a jumper cable to provide power from the P6 truss to the Russian segment of the space station, and another to remove bolts from a micrometeoroid cover. The duo is back in the airlock, and repressurization is continuing as expected, now at 8.5 pounds per square inch of pressure. This view from inside the equipment airlock is showing JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, as well as NASA astronaut Johnny Kim on the right, as they step through those repressurization procedures ahead of opening up the crew lock once pressure is equalized, now approaching 10 pounds per square inch of pressure. Again, we're looking for a pressure of about 14.5 pounds per square inch. And you are getting a great view here on your screen of the antenna that was relocated, the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles antenna that Ayers and McClain worked to relocate 1.5 feet to ensure better redundancy for visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, approaching the coast of Hawaii. Back inside the airlock, pressure is at 11.5 pounds per square inch, continuing to rise as expected. Pressure now at 12.2 pounds per square inch, closing in on our 14.5 pounds per square inch target. We're now at 13 pounds of pressure inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station.
We are getting close to the nominal pressure, and when the dPdt becomes nearly zero, you guys expect alert tone.
Copy. Copy.
Once equalization complete, we will open the hatch and perform safer docking and suit docking.
Sounds great. EV1 copy.
And as you heard there, once pressure is equal between the crew lock and the equipment lock, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi will work to open up the hatches between the crew lock and the equipment airlock, at which point they will assist NASA astronauts Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers back into the equipment lock portion of the International Space Station. Pressure now at 13.9 pounds per square inch. Getting very close to equalization now at 14.1 pounds per square inch. And it looks like NASA astronaut Johnny Kim is now going to work on opening up the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock. And the equipment airlock and crew lock hatch is now open. First inside, it looks like it will be NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She's wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes. And Onishi and Kim continuing to work together to get NASA astronaut Anne McClain back inside the equipment lock. They're now working to remove the safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue from McClain's backpack, or spacesuit rather. And McClain's safer has been removed. Today was the third spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She now has a career total of 18 hours and 52 minutes of spacewalking time.
Airlock Houston on 1. EV crew are no longer hot mic. Copy, thumbs up.
And next up, Johnny Kim is going to help NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers get back inside of the airlock. And NASA astronaut Johnny Kim now working to get Nichole Ayers' safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue off of her spacesuit. And Nichole Ayers' safer is now off of her spacesuit as well. Again, today's spacewalk was 5 hours and 44 minutes long and was the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. It was the third spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anne McClain and the very first for NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. The crew is now back inside the airlock, and they are working to get their mini workstations removed from their spacesuits. The mini workstation houses the tools and tethers that are utilized during spacewalks.
Station on CS1.
Go ahead and one talk.
Sunday, we are hearing a little bit louder noise from EV1, probably from EMU fan. So we are now taking some record on the GoPro camera, then we will continue to the suit docking.
We copy, thank you.
And JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi has removed the mini workstation from Nichole Ayers' spacesuit. Johnny Kim is working to remove NASA astronaut Anne McClain's mini workstation from her spacesuit. And Anne McClain's mini workstation has also been removed from her spacesuit. And we are in a brief expected handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain views here shortly. You're looking at a live view of the flight control room here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Today's Orbit 2 team has been led by Diana Trujillo during this 5-hour and 44-minute spacewalk. In the center of your screen there is also the the ground IV, who is NASA astronaut Marcos Berrios. During the spacewalk, he was the individual who was communicating with McClain and Ayers. And back inside the International Space Station, continuing to step through procedures to take some imagery of the spacesuits following the 5-hour, 44-minute spacewalk. JAXA astronaut Takoya Onishi on the left of your screen there is working with NASA astronaut Anne McClain and will soon be able to remove her helmet. On the right-hand side of your screen is NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, who is working to do the same on Nichole Ayers' helmet. Continuing to step through procedures on the International Space Station to remove the helmets and gloves of the spacewalkers today after their 5-hour and 44-minute spacewalk. And NASA astronaut Johnny Kim working to remove the gloves from Nichole Ayers during her very first spacewalk today, lasting 5 hours, 44 minutes. And JAXA astronaut Nichole doing the same with NASA astronaut McClain, her third spacewalk today. She now has a career total of 18 hours and 52 minutes of spacewalking time. Both gloves off of McClain. Johnny Kim now going to work to get the second glove off of NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. And McClain's helmet is now off. During today's spacewalk, which was the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, NASA astronaut McClain and Nichole Ayers worked to build a modification kit that will be used to install an ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA. The duo built and installed the upper triangle on the mass canister and also installed the right lower strut, which is the minimum configuration for the modification kit. Following this, McClain and Ayers relocated a common communication for visiting vehicles antenna, ensuring redundancy for visiting spacecraft. The two then completed two get-ahead tasks, one to install a jumper cable to provide power from the P6 truss to the Russian segment of the space station, and another to remove bolts from a micrometeoroid cover. The duo then returned to the airlock and completed the repressurization process. With both spacewalkers now back safely inside the International Space Station with their helmets off, that will complete our coverage of today's 5-hour and 44-minute spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston.